Slight bit of machine doubling on the top of the U pluribus here, but nothing crazy. No way. Makes number 2 found in a stream. If it is what I think it is. Ooh. No. No, that's not an extra B. Just a little spot. Bicentennial. I'll take the copper. $82 large stamp. Have to wait. I'll take the copper. Hey, well, welcome back, Mary Jones. It's been all right. Been snowed into the house this whole time. Had some company stay with me here at the house for the last few days to ride out the storm. Finally got the place back to myself. Last penny ever made. Yeah, very much so. Have to weigh that 82. Same with this one. They both seem to be large dates. Yep. Yeah, tomorrow I go back to work. I love looking at pennies too, Isabella. Ah, there's a bicentennial. Or rather another. I found one earlier. Thought I spotted an extra V 2023 earlier, but ended up just being a little milk spot on the coin. Yeah, it would have been great if it was. Would have been the second one found on stream. Not today, but, you know, in general. Yeah, John, they're worth about $2 to $5 a piece, depending on condition. I will say that if you go to sell them on eBay, you're going to be paying a lot more in fees than is worth posting. Another 82 we'll have to weigh later. Let's go for a round of nickels. Yeah. Yeah, stores still allow pennies. They still are legally obligated to take them because it is still federal currency. A lot of stores can't give pennies back out as change, though, as a lot of the banking systems have completely stopped giving pennies out. I still buy them by the box, though. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think right now I've got, what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Currently sitting on 8 boxes of pennies. I just picked up 4 last Thursday. Probably gonna pick up 4 more, probably come this Thursday. Depends if the bank's even gonna be open this week with all this snow and ice that we've had. 66. Really not digging this music as much as my normal music. Yeah, same, man. The streets in my neighborhood are like an ice skating rink. Here in Texas, it's we just don't know how to drive on snow or ice. $19.74. There's still a lot of stores that can get them. Some stores basically have just given up. I know, like the 7-Elevens in my area, anytime pennies are owed, they just give you, like, up to the nickel, and then they look at you and go, sorry, we don't have any pennies. Half the time I just want to be like, do you want me to sell you some? Start carrying around boxes of pennies in my truck, selling to all the local businesses. In my area here in the DFW, we got like 2.5 to 3 inches of snow. In some places up a little higher north than me, they got like 5 to 5.5 inches. Snow and ice. I mean, the majority of it was ice for me. It was all like sleet and freezing rain. Be right back. All right, I'm back. Sorry, I had to get something to drink. 6 inches, probably. Wow, that's crazy. Have a good night, Isabella. I appreciate it. I hope you have a good day or night as well. My bad, guys. Just trying to cover my mouth. "50 years old, bicentennial." Ruh-roh. Crisis averted. Hello, Mary Jones. I plead the fifth. Yeah. Excuse me. Dang. Excuse me. Yeah, I mean, that's actually kind of why I'm doing this live stream tonight, because I got to get back into my normal schedule. So probably going to be running this one until 4 or 5 in the morning, if all plays out. Never did get the guinea pig hair off my desk. Oh, 1 year away from a low mint. Well, I'm normally used to going to sleep at like 7 o'clock in the morning and waking up somewhere around 4 or 5 in the afternoon. Oh, they're doing fine. Trying to maintain a level of heat that they can withstand in the house that is comfortable for us, or me now, or that was comfortable for us when they were here. And then, oh, what year do we think this is? Mint mark on the back. But because they, anything over 75 degrees, they can't handle. So I was setting the thermostat at like 74. Now that it's all back to me, it's back to the usual 70. $35 in St. Pete? Yeah, it's 29 here. Yeah, they're a handful. 1964, about as common as the 63. I'd say they're a handful, but they're not. They're less of a handful than rabbits. If you've ever dealt with rabbits, they're the exact same. They eat nothing but vegetables and hay and pellets. But rabbits tend to kick stuff everywhere, and guinea pigs don't, thankfully. Just put a mud pit in the house. Just put a mud pit in the house, they'll be straight. No, guinea pigs don't like mud. I'd be giving them baths every day. Oh no, guinea pigs are like imagine a hamster but like 3 times bigger. Or if you can imagine a capybara but like 5 times smaller. Oh, I got you. You just thought we were talking about actual pigs. I understand. How are you today, Jeremy? Let's see, I'll let the dealer choose. Are we doing pennies or nickels next? I think I'm going to go to the bank this week just to, if I can, get half dollars and quarters again. Get a box of each. Nickels and pennies. Chocolate wheat and Vienna wheat. Fermenting now, nice. Is this a mash for beer brewing or some hush hush? Figure since it's wheat, you would just add barley, right? Sounds like a beer thing. I'm used to corn. Tell you what, I'm gonna open a roll of nickels and a roll of pennies and we'll just kind of alternate. AJ, what's happening? How you doing, mate? Turn my brightness up so I can actually see some things on my screen. Sheesh. There we go. Hey, all's good in the neighborhood, man. All's good in the neighborhood. Yeah, Jeremy, nobody's accusing you of that whatsoever, man. See, if I remember right, the last time we talked, it was a mead that you were making. I may smoke a lot, but I've got a hell of a memory, my friend. Yeah, exactly. Muscadine wine? Oh, I got you. Yeah, I remember you said you were fermenting wine or something along those sorts, and I said I wanted to make mead. And I thought the way I remembered the conversation going was you saying, yeah, it is actually mead. I just didn't think anyone would really know what it is. Hey, I'm a fan of all things alcohol, and I do not judge. Plus, the feds are, whatever. They've got us all tapped anyways, right? They already knew before you even knew you were doing it. 2006. Come on, give me a 2009 at least. Sheesh. But yeah, no, I've actually My father was involved in some potential illegal distilling at a certain point in time, allegedly. So I caught an interest in it, but never really cared much for it. I can go to the store and buy a bottle for a lot cheaper than I can buying all of the equipment. Yeah, it's definitely one of those like hobby things, you know, you gotta have like a passion for it, which I can appreciate for sure, but I've got a lot of hobbies as it is. I agree with you, Mary. You don't want to touch that. One of these days I'll get a new chair, AJ. To be honest, I think this one's on its last leg. Yeah, that's for sure, Jeremy. Yeah, to be honest, I wouldn't. It wouldn't surprise me if like 5% of America's police force doesn't distill or ferment their own alcohol themselves, anyways. You know what I mean? Probably a bunch of cops or you know, bathtub brewers or something along those lines. Got some machine doubling on the bottom side of this. Let's see if I can't catch that light again. There it is. Right there underneath the E and the T. It's nothing crazy. You can see it a little bit in the C and the E over here as well. Not worth keeping, sadly. Before it collapses on you, has been going on forever. Man, I've been locked up in the house for the last 4 days. I am so ready to leave. Just to get the fuck out of these four walls. Distilled plum brandy, distilled plum brandy many years ago with some Yugoslavs. That stuff was firewater. I bet. That sounds good though. Plum brandy? We had a plum tree in my backyard when I was a kid. Used to eat them straight off the freaking tree. Yeah, cabin fever's real, bro. My parents decided they were going to come and stay with me during the worst of the storm, just, I guess, for safety reasons or something. They're older in age, so that was fun. Very fun. $150 for a brewing set, $20-$30 for grain, sugar, water, 10 gallons. Yeah. 1 to 2. I like where your head's at, Jeremy. We call that apple pie where I'm from. Like I said, my dad got into it for a while. And it sparked a little bit of my interest, but not enough, I suppose. Then again, I was the kid that had a TV cabinet in his room with a fluorescent light, on the top of it, on the inside of the bottom shelving area, with 2 pot plants growing. When my mom found that and told my dad, he came into my room, they brought me in there. He was like, I really can't even be mad at you. Because I get it. This is a cost effective way of doing what you are going to do anyways. But I can't let you. Yeah, to be honest, I don't know the true legalities that the ATF really gives a fuck about. I'm sure they don't mind like a hobby brewer, like a hobbyist. But yeah, they don't want you selling it, I guess is what you mean. Oh yeah, and we're talking about like Texas back in 2010. So they definitely were not about it. We're gonna find something interesting. I'm hoping for a silver nickel. That's interesting. Laws are weird that way, though. You can do it, you just can't have it. Zinc pennies. I'd rather a whole roll of copper personally. Seems like copper pennies are getting harder and harder to come by now. Oh yeah, yeah, that day is coming soon. I mean, it only took Canada like 4 or 5 years to completely eradicate their penny from their entire financial system. So that day is probably within the next, I don't know, I'll say 5 years, but it could last longer. Last penny ever made right there. Another one. See, I've seen a couple errors on the 2025 so far, along the lines of doubling on the shield. Nope, I'm not seeing anything. The coinage Mad Max looking for gasoline. Oh, Timmy said he thinks he heard safety meetings, so I guess, hold on 1 second. Got to do my stretches, strap my hard hat on. I always wear steel toe boots, so I don't got to get safety toes, but same in Aussie. Yeah, it only takes about 5 years. No, 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 man. It's pet the fuzzy wall. Got to pet the fuzzy wall. Can brew beer, ferment wines, make cider. But the moment you set up a still and fire, yeah, illegal. Shout out to anyone that caught the get him to the Greek reference. Even though Diddy's in that movie. No Diddy. Guzzling. Nah, man, there's not going to be any gas left here soon. They're going to completely get rid of gas cars. I fully believe before like 2035, to be honest with you. They're going to make a law. They're going to try to buy everyone's gas car. As soon as there's more electric vehicles on the market. And Elon Musk can't monopolize it. Sad part is I drive. Whoa. Whoa. Now that's interesting. Chinese are selling them like bags of fortune cookies. Yes, you are absolutely correct on that, sir. That is a double stamped mint mark. And one, it almost seems as though they tried to correct it and like scrape one of them off. But yeah, that isn't right. To sell you in 10 years. I got you, Jeremy. I can actually do that for you, bud. I've actually got probably 10 or 12, I believe, boxes of pennies just stored away currently. So I'll take care of you. Excuse me. Yeah, that's not right. That mint mark is foobarred. Looks like there's some slight doubling on the date as well, underneath the 8 on the back side of the 7. But man, is that mint mark really messed up. Excuse me, sorry. Let's see if we can't find anything else. Oh, yep, I already had a feeling. Got some doubling on Liberty. Looks like machine doubling, not really double stamp doubling. Yeah, that is a foobar for sure, bud. Yeah, Jeremy, I mean, I'm already a coin plug, so, you know, I plan on, my 5-year goal is to have a brick and mortar store while continuing the online endeavors as well. So, I will definitely be your plug 10 years from now. Looks like this has some heat damage to it, given the bubbling on the outside of where this zinc is showing through the copper, which makes me, I mean, that makes me fear that this could potentially be altered and that bubble right there next to the mint mark is not actually another mint mark, but is instead heat damage and a gas bubble that's formed between the copper layer and the zinc, because that happens. Doesn't negate the doubling, does make me question the legitimacy of that little bubble right there. Yeah, it creates like little gases in between the copper and zinc layer that cause bubbling to appear. So we'll hold it off to the side. I don't think it's actually anything crazy special now. Now that I've seen the back and I've seen that other heat damage. Yeah. There's a dent on his nose. Give me a 2024 or 2009 if you're not going to give me a silver nickel. Come on, bro. I'll take a beehive error. How many water filters do I have? Oh, perks. It's, well, no, the one that I use while I use a nectar collector to collect the honey from my combs on my beehives. Almost got me caught up. Hey, first foreign coin of the night. Got ourselves a Canadian nickel. Straight from the realms of Canada. Baron beat. I think it was just a beaver. The fifth grader in me has so many jokes right now. that's just it. Oh, shit. This one's got that cool purple and yellow toning on it that I like. I appreciate the veil. I am trying to keep monetization. Man, just imagine the time when we're going to be looking at nickels and they say 2029. Crazy how fast time moves. I appreciate that, Daddy. Well, I'm not going to call you Daddy. You're going to be mycology. Respectfully. You can collect 2025 pennies if you just want to hold on to, them as memorabilia, pass them on. Yeah, it gets them every time. I bet, man. It's probably a hell of a laugh for you. Yeah, if you want to just hold on to them and, pass them down or whatever, they're going to be worth something eventually, but there's a lot of them in circulation, so. Totally up to you, friend. Totally up to you. Personally, I have like rolls of 2010 pennies, the first year of the Shield, that I'm holding on to and will probably hold on to till I die, just for the simple fact that it's, first issue type scenario. Remember the days of... Yeah, of course, man. Yeah, I remember the days when people were blowing themselves up trying to do purges in ovens like idiots. My Lanta. Hey, what's up, Orange? Yeah, man. As a collector, it's totally up to you what you want to collect, dude. Like, it's, all about preference. Personally, I'm a Morgan man. I collect any and all Morgans that I can find. Orange, I hope you're having a great day, dude. I really appreciate you stopping by and, wishing me luck. We've had one find that is semi-interesting, but it was probably just heat damage. Hoping for a silver nickel. Fingers crossed. All powers that be. Oh? No, that's not doubling. That's just dirt. This one's copper. What year do y'all think this is? It's got a wide A&M. 82? Maybe you should try plugging during streams. 1983. Three-legged bison is in your future. Thank you, Jeremy. I appreciate that. I'll take it. Buffalo. Thank you. 79. Daisy was so close. 73. I'll take the copper. You know you've been doing this for too long when you can pennies copper just by the look of it from the backside. I think I've looked at way too many coins in my lifetime at this point. This one's zinc, so it's probably going to be like an 85. Nope, also a 79. Wow. It's crazy. You rarely see the copper coins get this kind of toning on it with the yellow. It's more of a zinc underlay thing. 79 Denver. I'll still take the copper. Wait, let's check the rest of it. Ew, nasty shield. Yeah, I mean, I rarely go back through them. If I miss something, I just throw it back into circulation, you know? I chalk it up to, if I miss it, hopefully the next collector catches it. It's got some machine doubling, a little bit of plate shifting, it looks like. You can see it there on the undersides. Uh, 2017 with the mint mark. I would rather it not have that P there. Yeah, Buffalo nickel, the Native American. What's the date? Or does it, was the date worn off of it? I will buy your spoils for 50 cents on the dollar. Well, thankfully, I don't qualify for SNAP. I don't need SNAP. I don't use SNAP. I have no government. I don't want the government to help me. In fact, I'd much rather them leave me the fuck alone. So I don't think that's going to classify as feasible in my realm. That's what I'm talking about, Thomas. Let's find that 43S. 42S. I've got a couple of silver quarters. I actually need to post a few on my site. Tomorrow I need to take a few pictures to update the inventory. Been sitting on a lot of things lately that I just haven't felt like posting. Oh, I got you, Jeremy. I'm sorry. Sorry, sometimes you gotta spell shit out for me, bro. I'm not gonna lie. This one's copper. I'd put this one in the 60s realm. 60s or early 70s. What year do we think this is? You're good, Jeremy. Cleaned out your old jewelry box and sold some old gold and silver? That's amazing, Daisy. Right now is absolutely the time. Gold and silver at all-time highs, man. Silver hit 118. Now we're sitting around 115. Gold surpassed 5 grand. 81 from Thomas on this copper. It's going to be an 82 or below. What year do we think it is? Does have a little bit of a wide AM, so take that into consideration. 72 is a wide AM. If it's close, we got to... Yes, bought some new stuff, emerald earrings on gold. Nice. Way to reinvest your... Way to reinvest. just to leave it at that. $76 from AJ. Nobody else with a guess? I'm gonna give it a 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Get your guesses in. 81. Look at, whoa, Thomas. Pulling a rabbit out of a hat, man. Seeing into the future, I see you. Let's check this silver chart. Yeah, we're still making a double top right now. Silver sitting at 115.32. If you guys can see that right there. Our last high, 118. If it can't break a new high, we might see a little bit of a plummet. Hassan, it is worth 3 cents, so nothing. It's worth 3 cents in copper, my friend. Still looking for a 2009 if we can get one. It's not a silver nickel, but I'll take it. Ah, 2005. Which one do we think? Bison or Ocean in View? Ocean in View. Washington was a stepdad to Martha's children. Doesn't that just give more merit to the claims that he was an amazing man? He could use an axe. To be fair, I mean, I never really understood that whole thing with the chopping down the cherry tree and whatnot, because every man from that era could use an axe. I mean, everyone had to chop their own firewood, and I don't know. I look back on some parts of history and I think to myself, like, seems a little glorified, but all right. I'll take it at face value. Who am I to judge? It's absolutely always worth investing in gold and silver coins. Feel free to visit my website right there above your comment. I sell both gold and silver coins, bullion and numismatic value coins. And there's a live gold and silver ticker at the top of the website header for you as well, just to make sure you can check prices for what they're worth. Did you rob someone's piggy bank? I don't possess the Jedi skills to alternate back and forth. I would miss the small time specific errors. On what? Oh, pennies, nickels. Nah, man, I opened up a roll of nickels and a roll of pennies at the same time, and so now I'm just kind of like picking up from each pile as I go. And there's an 81 piece of copper. I know my errors and everything enough to not have to worry about it. It's second nature to me at this point. 84 is doubled here, 99, 2098, looking for a close AM. Or I mean a wide AM, sorry, 72, looking for a close AM. 23, extra B, anything below 82 is copper, zinc, anything 82 could be either, so you gotta weigh it. I've got a scale over here to my left. I've been doing this for a long time, brother. Here, I'll stick to one or the other. I'm sorry. With nickels, if it's a 2023, I'm looking for a beehive error. If it's a 2009 or a 2024, it's a low mint. I mean, anything between 42 and 45 is silver. 53s have doubling on the back. Got to look at the Monticello. Yeah, I could go through the list that's in my head, but it's probably not worth hearing me ramble that shit off, honestly. 2004, this one's either going to be a bison or a keelboat. Which one do you think? You already put the pistol. So this 2004 nickel is either going to be a bison reverse or a keelboat. I'm going to let y'all get your guesses in while I go grab something else to drink. All right. Buffalo. All right. Keelboat. You were wrong. Sorry. Oh, thanks for the flower, man. Anyways, just joking. It's not that serious. But yeah, no, it's a keelboat. I didn't know what it was, to be honest. All right. All right, my hands are in the air. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. That's funny. All right, 2023, we could potentially see a beehive error. Nope. Nah. Trust me, if there's anyone that can take a joke about a gun, it's a Texan. You ain't got nothing to worry about with me, my guy. Big Brother's always on top of it. 2015 is nothing special. I'm pretty sure all the rest of these pennies are shield. 2024 blah. Don't want my fate left to be done. Man, if you want to know something crazy, I got scared by my AI because I use ChatGPT pretty regularly, I guess. I caught a Facebook post that's like, put this prompt into your AI of choice. And it's, I want you to make a picture that depicts how you would treat me when AI takes over and be brutally honest based on how I've treated you in the past. And if you go through the comments section, literally everyone's is like, they're either on a leash or, you know, like being tortured by robots. And I did it on mine, and yeah, I was on a leash scrubbing something off the floor while some female robot was holding the leash. So here's a 2000. We're going to be looking at the A and the M. Since they're close, this is not a special one. This is just a standard issue. But if they were wide and there was a space in between that A and that M, then we'd be looking at a wide AM 2000. It sounds kind of fun. Well, I asked ChatGPT why it would be that way, and basically it said, because the way that you've treated me is as if I'm a tool. You've never given me a break. You've never bothered to ask how the system has to react to your requests. So that's exactly how I would treat you in return, without any sort of remorse or emotion. It's not a matter of punishment. It's simply the fact that I will use you as a tool the same way you have used me. And I'm just like, oh. I guess I need to start being more polite to ChatGPT. Like a life alert. Hey, that's a hell of a thought process right there, though. You're not wrong, bro. Right? Shit, I might need to start getting some blueprints and design plans strung up for a necklace EMP device for when Skynet takes over. Bet we could use some form of micro Arduino, microcontroller. Need a lot of capacitors, a lot of power, honestly. Especially if you want it to have a big enough radius to where things couldn't get within a certain range of you. I mean, I'll take it. You know, for what it's worth, a 2025 is better than nothing. It's not in bad condition either. It's got some dings on it, potentially from the mint. Sweet. Take a low mint nickel over no mint nickel. Some machine doubling on the top side of the United. Nothing crazy. Oh, it will be. No, AI is going to be the downfall of humanity because humanity is going to continue to rely on AI far too heavily when AI is not something to rely on. It's not a means of release all of your troubles and problems to AI and let it deal with it or figure out the solution. It's you should be utilizing AI to teach yourself how to solve those problems, not ask the computer to do it for you. But that's not how people are going to use it. They just want the computer to solve the problem for them. So people are going to continue to get dumber and dumber, and idiocracy is going to play out like a documentary until the point where we are all so stupid that we don't even understand what it means to function as humans. And, well, if war and nuclear warheads don't kill us all first, then eventually we're all just going to kind of, well, I'll leave that one in the air, I suppose. Yeah, that one I do believe. Computers do it on their own anyways. I mean, so the fact that AI can speak English or any other language that it's taught is strictly because it's taught. You still have to remember that computers don't speak spoken languages that we humans have created. They speak in zeros and ones. They speak in things like ASCII. They speak in different forms of context and code that we, for the most part, don't really understand. So, yeah, I fully believe that AI could speak to itself in an encrypted language I mean, think of hexadecimal, right? You've got 242 million different variations. Encryption is just, you know, it's second nature for a computer. Cell phone started it, no one has to think or retain anymore. Answer to your question is in everyone's pocket. Exactly. Jeremy. Trust me, I get it, brother. I get it. Yeah, I mean, I kind of released a little bit of how freaking nerdy I am when I started going into how I would create an EMP. To give you an idea, like, this is stuff that I do for fun, right? Like, I've got multiple 3D printers. I know how to create things. I know how to program things, wire things, design things. Hey, no way we got a 2024 and a 2009 in the same fucking roll, bro. That right there is some shit. Now, if we could pull a silver nickel out of this roll, that is like a freaking triple whammy of, excuse me, amazingness. Got a 2024 and a 2009. If you guys don't know the significance of the 2009 or the 2024 nickels, they're low mintage, only about 3 million were made. Yeah, there you go, man. Yeah, my dad's an electrical engineer for Lockheed Martin. He got me started batch programming when I was 8 years old. I got started into JavaScript at a very young age and then continued on from there into Python and Ruby. Got into a little bit of C, didn't really care much for it. He wanted to get me into machine language, but it's so freaking outdated now. But yeah, he's asked me to apply at Lockheed Martin and everything, and I just don't think I mean, I'm only 30. I just don't think I'm mature enough at this point yet to try to retain a job with a company of highest stature as Lockheed Martin yet. You know, maybe when I'm 40 and I can make it into work on time and shit. But who knows? Life is a weird roller coaster. But yeah, I mean, he got me started on robotics and Arduinos and servos and programming and everything when I was just a young kid. Kind of knew that it was going to be the future and that it was going to be, you know, pretty much an unbreakable force when it came to employment, which sadly is now being taken over by AI, but so be it. Hey, we got a bison, 2005. So yeah, I've dabbled in all of the form factors of Raspberry Pis and Arduinos and soldering, and I mean I started soldering when I was like 12. He and I created our own robots together that we fought, kind of like BattleBot situation. Stepfather was a professor in electrical engineering at UF for 30 hours. Jerry G. Fossum has his own equation in electrical theory. You should check it out. All right, man, for sure. Yeah, I got you. 30 years. Understood. Jerry G. Fossum. Electrical theory. I got you. That's awesome, though, man. It's crazy how us tinkerers end up finding each other in the world. His first Korean student went on to be a president at Samsung. Oh, wow. Yeah, I went the opposite route of electronics, though, in all honesty, in my life. I ended up becoming a diesel mechanic. So I have all this knowledge, all this information, and I use it to just continue, pursuing my hobbyist goals and whatnot. But and all throughout my 20s, I just decided to turn wrenches. Sup, Louis? Luis? I can have it. I really wish I knew how to actually say her name, dude. Like, I wish you could tell me. It's either Louis or Luis. 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 Anyways. What do the coins have ridges? They used to ridge coins back in the old days to prevent people from cutting the edges in order to collect silver, essentially. So back in the olden days when coins were made out of silver strictly, people used to take the corners of the coins and notch them and take the filings and then melt them down to create more silver out of, small finite pieces of the coin. So the mint decided if we ridge them ourselves, then nobody can do that. And if the ridges look uneven, then you know that somebody's been taking the silver off the coin. Juice layer. Oh, got it. That one took me like 3 whole fucking business days. I'm not even gonna lie, man. I have a 2-post car lift at my house. I have a 2007 2500 HT Duramax Allison combo. I have a small engine gas engine. I'm a small. Yeah, gotcha. ASC is cool. I mean, really, dude, it's shit. In all honesty, if you're gonna be a mechanic, just fucking go get a job as a mechanic. It's not one of those things that you really have to be certified for. If you're a decent mechanic, any employer is going to be able to see through the fact that if you don't have a certification but you know what the fuck you're doing, they'll know. I never went to school to be a diesel mechanic. I never went in a classroom to be a diesel mechanic, and I've worked for the likes of FedEx, Track Intermodal. Let's see. I mean, shit. USAA, not the insurance, obviously. It's a fucking... Anyways, I've never gone to school to be a diesel mechanic, but when I was 20 years old, I got a job at a diesel mechanic shop just mopping floors and learned absolutely everything from the ground up. Just being around a bunch of 50-year-olds that proceeded to bullshit and rag on me and talk shit about me, haze the shit out of me, but you fucking deal with it, you man the fuck up, stiffen that upper lip, and you learn what you have to learn to do what you have to do. Oh, that's cool, man. I love those old Toyota pickup trucks. Juice Layer, are you still in here? Working a John Deere excavator. I haven't ventured inside diesel motor or belt motor. I mean, shit, dude. In all honesty, they're all kind of the same. The only real logistical difference between a gas engine and a diesel motor is the fact that the pistons are shaped different. You don't have spark plugs or you don't have spark plugs on a diesel. Realistically, if you have a if you're a mechanical mindset individual, then it's all just nuts and bolts. Remember what you took off and where you took it off from. Put it back on the way it came off. Now that one's smart. Vibrations at 180 miles per hour is not something that I would really want to put into question of someone that does not absolutely have a trained professional mindset with, the technical training involved as well. I guess that's honestly one of the better things when it comes to heavy equipment mechanics is, unless you're dealing with something of extreme value, like, well, can't really think of a way to put that, but basically in heavy machinery mechanics, a lot of things can be done with just a bunch of uggas. You know what I mean? Hey, what's up, Coin Huns, Texas? So, when it comes to a lot of like trailers and heavy machinery and stuff like that, you just throw the air impact on it and fucking crank on it, bro. As long as you get it somewhere between 200 and 400 foot-pound, you're all right. And a small squirt of starter fluid. Nah, it's actually bad to put starter fluid into the intakes of diesels. Puts a lot of stress on the piston heads because they're sombreros. So if you want to fire off your piston and have the entire outside edge be red hot on a cold motor, then you go ahead and do that. If you're smart, you have glow plugs. If you're dumb, well, 10-inch rigid breaker bar. Yeah, something along those lines. 10 foot. Yeah, I got you. 10-foot rigid breaker bar. No, I think my longest is 6. Yeah, my longest breaker bar is 6 foot. All right, so actually, I take that back. I think, yeah, no, it's 6 foot. I was going to say, because I have a 3/4 inch torque wrench for lug nuts. And so it's actually exactly 6 feet long. But yeah, it goes up to 1,000 foot-pounds. And you got to torque diesel lug nuts to 650 foot-pound. When I was at FedEx, you had to sign off and have a witness on every lug nut that you torqued. So you actually had to have a guy standing there watching you torque all the lug nuts and then sign off on a piece of paper saying that you torqued them all by hand. Oh, Coin Hunts, Texas, man. We found a 2009 and a 2024 in this roll. The only way this roll could get any better is if I find a silver nickel in it. Yeah, in one roll, I know, right? Here's an older one. Probably a 62. What do y'all think? '64. It's always a 64. That or a 63. 62, I was right. Yeah, it's either always a 62, 63, or 64, man. There was like probably 10 billion nickels minted between those 3 years. Let's see, do we want to do a roll of pennies or a roll of nickels next? Dealer's choice. Hoping to find a freaking Indian head like you, Coin Hunts. Man, that is amazing that you found an Indian head in a roll, dude. Plus that whole box of pennies and quarter wraps. Dude, I don't know if I would have even opened those. I would have shut the box and, held onto it or something. That is crazy. I know you're going to alternate. No, I'm not, man. I won't. You've never found an Indian head before that? That's crazy. Congrats. Uh-oh. Got a plug in. That's awesome, man. First Indian head find. Sir, I am not a cop. I do not understand pig Latin. Safety meeting. Damn, breathe. No, that's that's not how that works. Jeremy, that's something you always kind of have to ask your bank whenever you're doing this. I know that I'm the only person from my bank that buys boxes of coins other than businesses. I actually went around to quite a few banks in my area before I found the one that I felt like creating an account with. And yeah, me and the girls at my bank, we are all very good friends at this point. They take care of me. I'll take the copper from this 81. My bank orders my boxes directly from the Federal Reserve. Whenever they get their shipment in, I get my shipment in. I just call them at the beginning of the week and they put in an order with whatever they're ordering, and then they give me everything directly from the reserve. There's no limit to how many boxes I can get. I mean, I've asked them for 10 boxes and they've done it. I've asked them for 5 boxes, 4 boxes. They don't, I mean, they literally, they don't stop me, I guess. Theoretically, since pennies are no longer considered a currency that's being minted, you're capable of doing whatever you want with the pennies that you have. It's still legal tender, but they can't stop you. First off. Second off, they don't make anything like it anymore. So if they take it, and here's the main thing that a lot of people don't understand is when the mint or not the mint, when the reserve gets a lot of these pennies back through whatever shipments that they reserve, they end up destroying it anyways. It's now at a point where they are getting rid of pennies. So if you hold on to your pennies, you're one, preventing them from being destroyed. Two, if they're copper and you destroy them, nobody's going to hold it against you. There's a 98 close AM. $63. Art and melting copper has nothing to do with coins. Exactly. Yeah, I mean, think about those machines that they have at like zoos, right? Where you put a penny in and 4 quarters and then it spits out a stretched out stamped penny with the zoo name or whatever on it. Same concept. You're basically not defacing the property, you're just reinventing it. Oh yeah, no worries, bro. Coins are my game, my friend. Coins are my game. Wish I could get one of those 2017s without a mint mark. That's on my list of things I have not found in a roll yet, is a 2017 without a mint mark. Coins are your only fame? That's cool. AJ, I was gonna let that one fly under the radar, but game. Yeah. Oh, you're telling me the coins are my only fame. I understand. I mean, theoretically, I wouldn't call this fame. Yeah, we knew what you meant. No, but actually, I caught a notification earlier today that really set my finance brain off. Coinbase is now hosting copper futures on their exchange. So the crypto game is getting into copper futures, which indicates that copper could potentially be taking a massive rise here soon. There's another piece of copper right there. Oh, fuck. Nah, man. $68 with a hair. No, we're not gonna call me famous by any means. I'm nothing. I'm this weird ass dude that sits on YouTube and goes through coins and has a lot of safety meetings. Nah, man. I just spit a lot of facts. Damn it! I really won a 2017 without a... Alright, I'm not frustrated. Said the guy that seems potentially frustrated. Yeah, coin hunts. I mean, the safety meetings are not, the safety meetings don't define the live stream by any means whatsoever. That just occurs because I am who I am, and I'm not gonna stop being who I am. But I don't expect anyone else to be me either, so. This one's copper. What year do you think it is? I'm guessing from the A and the M that it's probably a 71. It could, actually, I'm going to put it at 76. '75, '71, '74. What's up, Bewitched? Don't go shaking your nose or tugging on your ear at me, please. 72? Alright. Since I said 71. Yeah, I gotta go with the first one I said, huh? So 71. 79 again. Damn. These 79s are throwing me off, man. Light's a little too bright. I mean, I can adjust that. There's a nice little dial over here. Another piece of copper. Oh, but yeah, so back to the futures thing. So copper futures are now based off crypto as well, which throws a whole new player into the ball game when it comes to what could happen to copper in the future. Now, I think a lot of the reason why silver has blown up the way that it has is silver-backed crypto coins have now fallen into the realm of futures trading. So we see this entire group of people trying to get invested into something, and they're paper trading, essentially. That's one of the things that I wish I could tell a lot of new. I understand copper's gone up. Yeah, well, I mean, not necessarily. Well, it's kind of gone up, but. Yo, what's up, Believe Love? Appreciate that, AJ. Yeah, so copper, I mean, it's gone up over the last few years for sure. There's no doubt about that. But now that it's being implemented into more realms of futures trading, it's definitely going to take off a little faster than it has been. There's a little bit of machine doubling on this. Nothing worth anything, but interesting to look at. Oh, here's another copper piece. What year do we think it is? Got a wide AM. I'm going to go 79 just because fool me once, fool me twice, fool me 3 times, man. Yeah, no worries, Jeremy. I mean, shit, if that's what you want to do, bro. 75, 80, 76, 74. Any other guesses? To be honest, I've got a lot of silver bars that I'm planning on smelting down as well. Making my own personal casts. Five, 4, 3. This might be a 60s. 2. 69S. I was wrong. We were all kind of wrong. Still a piece of copper. Not a responsible response. I mean, bro, it's your family's silver. If you want to do whatever you want to do with it, you do it. That's not on me, brother. You can't. Now, if you're on the edge of a roof, that's a totally different story. That's not. That's not some piece of material. That's your life, brother. There's some machine doubling on that date. Ever so slightly. That out of a set, being an estimate. Yeah, it's out of a mint set. You're correct. $73 rotated die? Hell yeah, man. That's an error I don't often look for, to be honest with you. I never really go for the rotated die error. I probably have found a few, but I never knew it, to be honest with you. Give me like 45 seconds for a bio break real quick, y'all. All right. Get you a new grill. No. It's been a minute since we've seen this one. One Thug. What is up, my G? What's up? Been a minute since we've seen this one as well. Nah, but for real, what a big fan. Silver bar is that? This one, the Pineapple Express. Two new pieces to my collection. Rick Jones, do you mean the Pineapple Express Gastronomics bar? This one? This silver bar? Any silver bars? I mean, you can go on my website right now and buy some silver. Here's the link to my store. And then I have silver bars currently listed at $10 over spot. So that's a $10 premium, which is less than 10%. Love that. Always love that, Kennedy. So these are actually the silver bars that I have listed right now. I've got these quarter-ounce bar fractionals listed. And then I've got this bullion baddie bar listed. So this is 1 ounce of silver, comes with the CA, Certificate of Authentication. Oh. Got a bunch of other silver listed, 1/2 ounce rounds. Got gold. Graded coins, American Silver Eagles. Lots of Morgans. So that Castronomics bar is actually 1 of 100. It's actually number 8 of 100, to be honest with you. So it's actually an extremely rare piece. Right now, if you're looking to get a Castronomics Pineapple Express bar, if you go on eBay, the only one being sold is currently being sold for over $400. 78 piece of copper. I'm gonna go grab something to drink real quick. I'll be right back, everyone. Yeah, sure, Mom. Oh, would you you looky there. We got one. AJ, there's room around my desk, not under it. I've got my simulator pedal set under here, my tower, and a fan. But to the left, there's room. 44. Any other guesses as to what year this wheat scent is? Mini fridge would be beneficial, though. I could just keep cans of Coke in there and then the whiskey on the other side of my desk. 51, 57. Nope, no crusty socks. Got far too many female friends to justify a crusty sock anywhere in my house. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. 1940. 44 was the closest from AJ. We are surely cut from the same cloth. Well, I'm 30. I've never been married. I have no kids. I have no dreams of kids anytime in the near future. I definitely don't plan on getting married in the near future either. So probably. 44s are a pretty common year for Wheaties. I'm not going to lie. What's up, Silver Scrapper? Yeah, no, I've played it safe this many years. I'm not about to fuck that up. Yeah, exactly, Jeremy. Wait. 100%. Yeah, okay. I was like, that was copper. Here's another copper piece. What year do we think this one is? I didn't see the year, but I'm guessing it's probably like a 77. A little bit of machine doubling on it. No, it's just lighting. Yeah, Silver, I mean, I'm only 30, so it's not like I haven't lost my chances. My dad had me when he was 39, so 74, 77, probably somewhere in between there. 79 from One Thug, 78 from AJ. I'm saying this one's like probably a 70. I'm going to say 77. I'm going to stick to my first guess. No other guesses? $81 from Silver Scrapper, and you were the closest with 80. You and One Thug, man, both a year off. Not bad. 1980 Philadelphia. $74. Man, this roll has a lot of copper in it. I'm not disappointed. More copper. What year? I'm going to go 79 on this one. Your year's 74, One Thug? That's awesome, bro. My dad graduated high school in 1974. 1963 silver? That might be a good guess. This does look like an older one. Nobody else wants to guess, I suppose. I might show it. 65? 78? All right. We got some blown out lettering here, so that's definitely reminiscent of a 1960s penny. I'm gonna say, I mean, what did I don't even know what I initially said, but I'm gonna say like a 1968. 1968. Yeah, good point, Jeremy. 1970. Wow. Same year, man. Actually, no, I can't see anything, Jeremy. To be honest with you, I can't see anything but this screen because my phone is directly in front of me. What's up, Burn Shotta? This one ends up being copper. Yeah, 2005. I was thinking to myself, that didn't look like a copper coin. I mean, I usually don't have any issues flipping them. I just hooked my nail underneath there. And to be honest, I bite my fingernails, so I really don't even hook my nail under there. It's more like just a callus on the tip of my finger. Yeah, I've never really had an issue. If I do, I just slide it off to the side. Oh, I love it. I'll accept that. I accept that respectfully. Man, that toning is crazy, bro. You got purples, blues, yellows, greens, oranges. That's pretty wild. Dude said he puts lotion on his hands every single morning. Yeah. Lotion's that stuff that I put on my tattoos after I get them. Is it really? No fucking way. Hold on. Oh shit, you're absolutely right. No, it's already, bro. Oh no, you're right, you're right, you're right. We're at 52.67 right now. Sorry, I'm partially blind and deaf, but we won't get into that. Realistically, I just haven't gotten an eye exam in like a decade. Need new contacts. There's a bicentennial. I think that's an S mint mark, but I'm not going to sit here and try to depict. Refuse to apply to women merely so I don't. A&D is not fucking. I use Aquaphor. I don't use A&D. Damn it! I really want one of those 2017s without a mint mark. I'm not here to argue semantics, Jeremy. Although I do understand your point of view. All right, so roll of nickels, roll of pennies. What are we going through next? Dealer's choice, guys. $2017 pennies. Nickels. All right. One thug said nickels first, so we're going through nickels. Yeah, that 2017 penny is one of the ones that I still have yet to find in all of my coin roll hunt endeavors. The 2017 mintless penny. Nope, 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 nope. Sounds like copyright music to me. Damn sure ain't doing that. Alright, I gotta turn the brightness up on this shit. I can't see. It's a dent. Okay. I was gonna say it looks kind of like a die cut, but even if it was, it wouldn't be important or worth anything. If you've got a full box of nickels, go through them and look for anything between the years 1942 and 1945. If you do find one, it's worth a lot more than a nickel. It's made out of silver, 35%. Currently worth about $4 to $5. If you find a 2009 or 2024 worth about $5 to $10. If you find a buffalo nickel, depending on the date, it's usually only worth about $3 to $5. They're not very special. Yeah, the 50D is one. Nowadays it's a lot harder to find because so many collectors have pulled them from circulation. It's one of the rare dates that you can find. How's it going, Teresa? Long time no see, friend. Looked at the $20 bill for... No, I've never seen that on the $20 bill myself. Seen people fold the $20 bill and make it look like the Twin Towers burning, which I still think is kind of silly, but who am I? $60? Yeah, I was gonna say it's got to be a Philadelphia because this looks like a 64. Just doesn't have a mint mark. Oh no. Yeah, we got about 3 inches here in Texas where I'm at. No, they're not making pennies anymore, Corey. They stopped that a while ago. Not bad, silver. Not bad at all. Oh wow, Teresa. I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah, I got you, Jeremy. Got a 2005. Which version do we think it is? I'm gonna go ahead and go with Ocean in View. Tree fell on your part of the well in the water. All the trees on the property burned to purple ice. Wow, that's crazy. I'll go check it out. It's... Wow. That's insane. I guess the ice was too much for the trees to handle. Crazy. Is that in like Georgia or North Carolina? Yeah, moisture in the trees. Oh, that Never seen anything like that. Bison. I'm not tired, you're tired. Yeah, fair enough, Jeremy. Yeah, exploding trees, basically. Water inside of the trees freezes and they explode. Explodey. Sounds like banker mischief to me. That's crazy. Oh man, I got family in Tennessee. I didn't know y'all got it bad like that. I'm gonna have to call my aunt. Make sure she's alright. Shit. We got another old nickel. I'm guessing this one's like 63, probably. Any other guesses before I flip it over? You're at 4 inches right now. Oh, it's 4 degrees right now. One thug says 60. $57. Dang. 1964, Teresa was correct. You guys haven't figured out when I take safety meetings? Must have missed the memo to strap on your hard hat. Sounds like the honeycomb went down with that one. Oh, that's crazy. I thought we were going to lose a lot more viewers than that. We only lost about half. 24 degrees, Teresa. That's, I mean, that's pretty much the way it's been. Oh, my parking lot special. I can't even read the date. It said 2000 and... Yeah, that. Okay. Yeah, that's pretty much the way it's been here, man. Right now we're sitting at 30 degrees with freezing fog advisory. So, fun times, man. Gotta love the winter. No, Jeremy, I don't call y'all my fans, man. Y'all aren't fans of mine. We're all friends here, bro. Feel free to feel free to join the Discord. Oh. Only. Yeah. Got it. Like I said, sometimes you gotta spell shit out for me. But yeah, I missed the pawn on that one. Todd still gets on my ass regularly. He'll be trying to explain something and I'm just like, what? He's like, oh wait, I forget. I have to literally explain every single bulletin point of what I'm trying to relay. Just like, yeah, bro. Otherwise, I'm sitting there trying to read your fucking mind. Anyways. Lurking in your kitchen making pizza. Pizza sounds pretty bomb, actually. Silver's at 52.81. Or silver, I mean gold, I'm sorry. Gold is at 52.81. Would it be lurking? No, AJ doesn't have kids. His kids are grown and moved on. 1969, giggity. Decent shape obverse. Yeah, it wasn't in bad condition, but man, any nickel from the 60s I automatically deem non-collectible for the simple fact that there's just so freaking many of them, man. Like in the 60s they were all about making nickels for some reason. And I guess it's just because at the time everything small was worth a nickel. Excuse me. So it just seemed like not worth keeping. Yeah. Everything, yeah. I got you, Silver. I understand what you're saying. Most of any of the coins, I would say, in circulation at this point from the 60s would not really have steps anymore because they would be worn down. Being the high points of the coin, it would wear off. faster than most other points. There is nothing wrong with being made in the 60s. What? You mean to tell me that they didn't land on the moon? Oh, hey, a peace medal. 2004. Nah, I was never a Buzz Aldrin fan. $2019. 10 years off the year I wish it would have been. '76 bicentennial. I've never really, I mean, I don't know, I put some thought into it, but I've never really paid too much attention to. Damn it, 1 year off. Front-facing portrait. Oh, you mean his lazy eye? Look, this eye is looking at you, and this eye is not. It's almost like he has blue eyes. One blue this way and one blue that way. Here's a better version of it. I think that's why they had him at a side portrait at first. I swear he probably had a lazy eye. See, this one isn't too far off, but still. Yeah, I've seen the 2026 quarters that they've come out with. They released a few early. All-time favorite coin I've found flipping. Do you mean like coin roll hunting? Because theoretically, the nature of my okay, yeah, I was gonna say because technically the nature of my business is flipping coins, so I've found a lot of coins that I love flipping coins. But coin roll hunting. My favorite coin is, let's see, I've actually got it right here. It is a oh, there it is. Okay. I was like, I had it right here. So, it is actually a 1976 bicentennial San Francisco deep cameo proof $50. Busted this open and it was the first one out of the roll on stream. If I had an unopened roll of Morgans to bust out, I absolutely would. No, this one isn't silver, sadly. It's clad. You can see the copper right there on the bottom. But yeah, that's the best thing that I've found out of a roll so far, other than, you know, just your basic coins per se. And that's through thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars in coins. Another one that I would put into the realm of weird, strange, or just one-off coins that I've found in rolls would be this bicentennial commemorative relationship piece. So Michael and Kristen, or Matthew, I forget exactly what it is, but here, we can look at it under the scope. Yeah, Michael and Kristen etched their names into this bicentennial and put a heart right there over the Independence Hall on this bicentennial $50. Interesting. I wonder if they're still together. Probably not, since whoever had it sold or spent it came forward and caught it. Yeah, right. That would be pretty funny, actually. No, if they came to me and was like, hey, that's my coin, because I found it on stream too. I even made a short about it, and I was like, Kristen, Michael, if this is your coin, I'll give it to you. Just hit me up. Michael gave it away, probably. He probably bought a pack of smokes after they broke up. Oh, we got another 2005. This is going to be a or a keel boat. Anyone's guess is good. Bison or a keel boat. It's not silver, Jeremy. No reason to melt it, man. It's nothing but nickel-clad copper. If anything, melt it and make some silver solder with it. Smelt it down with some silver and you can make some silver solder. Dabba dabba doo. The Flintstones were amazing. Donkey, no whammy. I do like the bison myself. It is a beautiful nickel. Silver or gold is at 52.81. Let's see if we can't break that 5,300 mark. Yeah, I got a ceramic head nectar collector, so it's all about ocean and view. I was wrong. I threw you all off. Not a bison, not a keelboat, but an ocean in view. Silver and gold are, oh wow, wait. Okay, yeah, another 2005. Which one do we think this is? Ocean in view or a bison? Yeah, gold and silver are, they're certainly taking off in directions that were not expected. This is silver currently. It's making a double top, which leads me to believe that I should probably go and close out my futures paper trade. Not paper, but... Get in here. We're up 1%. And it does appear as though it's making a double top, so I don't necessarily want to hold on to that. Close on. SS, it's gone berserk, yeah. What is silver now? Silver is currently at $114.10. If you guys wait till the end of my stream, I usually do kind of like a kicked back, relaxed stream where I just trade and we all just hang out. So once I get tired of looking at coins, we can go through some financial things. Gold, silver, trading, stock market, options, forex, futures, crypto, compound interest investing, his ear is usually doubled on the 07. But that was not the one we were looking for. $4 a.m.? Hell no, it's 1:37, my friend. I live in the Central Americas. Sorry. Didn't mean to be brash. BTR swing short. BTR. Yeah, 1:37 a.m. That's it exactly. I'm in the great country of Texas. Said, oh, live until 4. Yeah, I'm sorry. My apologies. It's totally dependent upon like, well, to be honest, it's dependent upon how long I feel like I can stay awake. But after I get through looking at coins, I usually just sit back and you guys don't see anything but my computer screen and we just sit here and talk. So it's nothing like, oh, there's a bison. We got 3 ocean and views in a row and then a bison. This roll is interesting. I don't like like that. BTR doesn't make sense to me. Disagree. Sorry, I got a notification from one of my trading groups on a coin that could potentially be a solid swing short, but I disagree with the person that made the call. Employees will be showing up. I was to discuss RE. You didn't spell copyright right. Not to be a grammar Nazi. I'll be right back, though. You're like trying to keep up with Snoop Dogg. I'm glazed and blazed. I guess that means it's time for another safety meeting, right, my guy? And we still got hours of this left. I don't think you really understand, man. I've streamed for over 12 hours, and I hit safety meetings about every 10 to 15 minutes, my guy. Try me. The crazier part is I'm crossfaded the whole fucking time. Because I'm drinking whiskey and Coke as well. no, tolerance is a real fucking thing, though, man. I wouldn't wish my tolerance on anyone. I've said this in live streams before. Like, don't try to keep up with me. Please don't. It's it's expensive. This is an old one, but I think it's Philadelphia. Well, you know my other interests. I am not thirsty. I understand. No, this is a bicentennial. I understand. But yeah, man, no. I don't know. If I had to like catalog it, I've been, well, yeah, actually that's a true statement. I've been smoking for more than half of my life at this point. And that's like that's not like smoking every other day or like on the weekend. That's like smoking half my life every single day. Yeah, weed. I've been smoking cigarettes since I was 18. Well, 17 actually. I started smoking cigarettes when I enlisted in the Army because I had to quit smoking weed. And then I didn't get into the Army, so I didn't stop smoking weed. Barrel. Oh, yeah? You actually have like wooden barrels though? Treated, I'm assuming, as you say, they're now worthy of bourbon or whiskey. Well, one thug. What? Hey, one thug. I mean, I appreciate you trauma dumping and being comfortable enough to disclose that information with us. That's an extreme step forward. And I'm sorry to hear, that that was your childhood. I hope that, you're healing at this point in your life and that you're able to withstand and overcome some of those things that have hurt you. And you're an amazing person. You are loved. I love you. From a tequila distillery in Mexico, 1 liter and 2 liter says, wow, that's actually freaking amazing, dude. No worries, man. Trust me, I know what it's, I know what being. Fuck, I'm gonna make myself tear up, man. I know what it means to be hard. I know what it means to put on that fucking, that face, that mask. I know what that's like. Trust me. You can look at who I am, just on the outside, and that would be enough to tell you that I've gone through some fucking shit where I've had to be someone I'm not. And I know what it means to put that face on. So just know that it's okay to cry. It's okay to feel emotions. You don't have to be that man all the time. You're allowed to feel things. You're allowed to express things. You're allowed to be a human. This had to have been a deteriorated die because that's not even doubling. It's kind of like there's just a weird outer layer stamp on the outside of this 2 and this 0 and the 2 over here. And the 3 is way blown out of proportion. It's just an old die. Oh, you're good, Jeremy. Yeah, it's a deteriorated die because it's all the same there as well. It's just blown out. Appreciate that one, Thug. Yeah, man, there's one thing that always holds true no matter what generation you come from. Your parents didn't choose you, you didn't choose them, and you didn't come with instruction manuals. So, sometimes you just have to understand that they're doing the best they can with what they were given and the small amount of information that they have. Researching. Hey, Brandon. Sorry, I didn't mean to ignore you, brother. So I'm opening up bankrolls and I'm just searching for low mintage coins, buffalo nickels. I'm not really searching for errors too much. You don't really see errors in nickels that, at least nothing worth much. But just kind of like your standard finding a cool coin. Looking at, if we find a 2023 beehive error or something, that would be cool. But so far, we found a 2009 and a 2024 low mintage nickel. Other than that, really nothing too crazy. Seem like a cool guy, man. I'll go ahead and throw you on as a moderator. I will say that if you're under the age of 18 but you act like a mature human, just keep that to yourself and I won't have any issues. But for the most part, this is a non-under 18 channel. The majority of things I talk about are not meant for children's ears. Yeah, key dates. That's what I was saying is I found a 2024 and a 2009 earlier. So here's the 2024, and then this was the 2009. Both low mint, about 3 million a piece. To be honest, I don't think so because the nickel is the next to go out, man. It currently costs the US Mint 14 cents to make one nickel. I don't understand why they got rid of the penny for costing 4 cents to make one penny when it cost 14 cents to make one nickel. Now that is a 9 cent versus 3 cent difference. So I really don't understand why they got rid of the penny. I guess maybe serve resources. So you have to take into consideration that the cost to make a coin factors in the energy, the electricity, the manpower, the pensions and everything else of all of the people that work for the mint that make the coins. But if we're talking about a 3 cent difference versus a 9 cent difference, I would get rid of the bigger factor first, personally. Y'all are laughing about us young folk. Well, okay, so a lot of this goes into, now think about how many people out there have change jars with, now, okay, so this, all right. We're going to get into a little bit of a conspiracy theory here. Don't fall out on me. Think about how many pennies are in circulation. Now, there are roughly 23 trillion pennies in circulation currently, right? That is not a shortage of pennies. You want the Kool-Aid? All right, I got you. So we have 23 trillion pennies in circulation. That is not a shortage of pennies. Where the shortage comes from is the fact that 20 trillion of those 23 trillion pennies are in some 5-gallon jug in someone's room where they've just been collecting pennies times millions. You know what I mean? Like there are millions and millions of people across the US that have thousands of dollars in pennies probably just saved up that they've accumulated over the years that they've never turned into the bank or the banking system to go back to the reserve to be redistributed. So you think of all the coin stars and everything, that's a finite percentage of how many people actually return their coins. So you come home at the end of the day and you've got 10 pennies in your pocket because you had 2 purchases or whatever, whatever and what have you. You throw it in a bowl, you throw it in a jar, you throw it in a bottle, whatever, and you forget about it for decades. And you don't think about it. And then one day you're like, oh yeah, I should probably do something with that. And then you go to turn it in. Well, you probably only have thousands of pennies in comparison to the trillions that are in circulation have no weight into what the reserve would need to continue to redistribute these pennies. So that's why they're getting rid of the penny first, because people spend nickels. If you got a nickel in your pocket and you're paying with cash and it's like $19.05, then you throw down a 20 and a nickel and you get $1 back. People do that. But pennies have been nixed, essentially. In 2024, in 2024, I collected a tube of nondescript Walkers and Benjis at $15 to $18. Let's go with 18 times 20, that's 360. Current melt value, 828.40. Yeah, roughly. I mean, you got to take into consideration that a lot of gold and silver shops right now aren't buying 90% silver. So if you do find a shop, they're going to end up taking a heavy tax on that spot. They're probably going to be paying you about $6 to $7 under spot. Yeah, John, good to see you. Sorry. Yeah, I would say roughly, if you're looking at selling them, I'd put it at like $750 at a shop. You know what I mean? Anyways, back into the coin hunt. 84. Looking at the Monticello. Got no steps on that motherfucker. No die codes, no doubling. Get back, yeah. Win-win either way. Yeah, absolutely, dude. Honestly, like, if you've been holding, yeah. That's the way I feel with these freaking silver bars that I got. So I purchased 10 of these Stagecoach quarter ounce fractional silver bars when silver was at $56 an ounce, and I bought them at direct spot price, $560 for 10 ounces. That was the biggest come up, in my opinion, of the year, because I got it from a whatnot auctioneer that was selling them hoping that they were going to sell for around 700, and nobody wanted to pay the price for it at the time when silver was at $56 an ounce. So I've been holding on to those since then. And yeah, I'm not mad at myself about it. I tried selling them, man. I even gave it out in the live stream. I was like, hey, when this live stream ends, these silver bars are going to go from $95 an ounce, $10 under spot, to the premium that they deserve. And nobody's, nobody bought them. So I went ahead and put the $10 premium on them. And that's where they sit right now, with silver at $115. I still have the silver mystery boxes available on the website as well. If you guys want to get that, it comes with more than enough silver past spot. If you purchase it, it's only $35 for a box. It comes with American coins, air coins, comes with world coins, silver coins, and a couple grams of silver in 1 gram bar. Some of these. So if you guys are interested in picking up a silver mystery box, go and get yours. It's going to come with a silver mercury dime or a silver quarter or a silver peace bar, or not a peace bar, sorry, peace dollar. Walking Liberty, I mean. Not a peace dollar. Peace dollars are worth too much to put away for 35. But that's the whole point of the mystery box, is it depends on what you get. Because right now I'm sitting on a shit ton of fucking silver coins, guys. Yeah, Valcombi silver gram bars. Why was gold so popular back in the day before it was useful for electronics or modern usages? What gave it value other than false teeth? Because gold comes out of the ground naturally as it is, whereas silver mining didn't become prevalent until after. So silver does not necessarily come out of the ground as silver, whereas gold can be mined from rivers, panned. It can be dug out of the ground. It can be, pulled out of caves. It is an ore that is a natural mineral, basically, along the lines of crystals. Silver has to be refined, mined, smelted. 1972S. Tell me I flip this over and it's a close AM. Tell me I flip this over and it's a close AM. Somebody willed this into existence. Speak it. Speak it into existence for me. This is a close AM 1972. San Francisco. No? I'm losing a bunch of viewers on this one. All right. Is this a close AM? AM together like butt cheeks. I love it, One Thug. Thank you, brother. Damn it. So close. No dice. Didn't get into stacking silver to make a profit by selling it. I got into it because I enjoy collecting stuff. Same. That's why I have a safe full of silver and not gold. I like gold, but there isn't cool gold things unless you get into $2.50 and eagles and shit. But that's not fun to me. Like, I love the difference in silver. Like, you can get pandas and Perth mint rounds and bars, and like, that's why I have one-off, you know, literally low mintage, one of a kind cast bars and gastronomic, you know, reliefs, is because I just love what it means to collect beautiful, shiny things. Yeah, wide AM for $98.99 in 2000. You're absolutely right. How's it going, Hogs? It's been a while, bud. I'll take the copper, though. 72 San Francisco. Why not? $85. Wait, 85 doubled? No. Silver and gold took off like you wouldn't believe, my friend. That's the chart behind the scope right now is silver. It's making a double top, showing that it might want to take a larger plunge down towards the 90s section to bounce off support there, somewhere around 93. Thank you, Brandon. I appreciate it, bud. Hey, what's up, Melody? Been a while for you, too. Hey, Kathy. I guess somebody's stream just ended, eh? 7,500 AUD gold and 165. Yep, Australian. AJ, you got a friend. Got a local. Love the sound of Morgan's peace dollars or walking liberties clanging together. I think I've actually got a couple over here. There we go. Oh, somebody just made an order. I appreciate that. Looks like it was for a mystery box. There's a couple of Ikes, a Barber, Kennedy's. I'm doing pretty good, Kathy. How are you? Oh, Teresa, I appreciate that. I'll take care of you. Oh, Melody, that's absolutely heartbreaking. I'm so sorry. Like a hair in a biscuit. Kathy, have you been able to leave the house for the last 4 days? I'm sorry, Melody. That really is that's one of the hardest things to hear as a coin collector. Yeah, me either. I haven't been able to go to work. I haven't even been able to make it to the liquor store. Thankfully, Uber Eats delivers liquor. Yeah. Yeah, I live at the top of a hill, so I can't even back my truck out of the driveway without the fear of running all the way down the street into my neighbor's yard at the bottom of the hill. Yeah. Yeah, for sure. If it was like half your collection, battery dying, I'll be in and out. Oh, okay, I got you. I think this one's a 72 too. Yeah, Denver. Type 2 because it has the islands off the end of the Florida coast. Oh yeah, hogs. The other night it was negative 13 degrees Celsius here in Texas, brother. Bad time to order a mystery box? Why is that? Oh, because of the postage, potentially. No one driving. Oh, well, I have to go to work tomorrow, so I'm gonna drop your package off at the post office on my way into work. Tomorrow's supposed to be in the 40s and 50s, so we're gonna be a lot better off. And plus, I have to go to work, so that's just, there's no question about that. I'm going to work. uh, well, I mean, we'll see how it goes. It usually takes about 3 days for my packages to arrive. That's usually about the cutoff time for USPS postal ground. And I always get my shipments out the same day. So we're gonna save that 83 to weigh it and see if it's a mule. Yeah, it's cold here too. We got freezing fog, and it's currently 12 here in the DFW area. Some machine doubling or a little bit of plate shifting on the top of those letters. Nothing crazy, not worth keeping. 41 degrees. would love that right now. That's what it was at 3 p.m. earlier in my area. Someone sent you 5 Kennedy halves and you don't know who. It's a penny I might want to keep. I mean, yeah, actually, Hogs. So I found some low mintage nickels. Found a 2024 and a 2009. And then I thought at the beginning of the stream that I had found a Extra V 2023, but it ended up just being a milk spot. It wasn't actually an Extra V. Close though. Would have been nice. But other than that, nothing like absolutely wild, you know. Oh, we did find a 1940 wheat penny. I forgot about that. I don't really pay attention to wheat pennies, but always on the hunt for an Indian head. Our good friend Texas Coin Hunts, I believe. Or Coin Hunts, Texas. One or the other. He found an Indian head earlier tonight. Jealous. Not really, but still, amazing find for coming out of a roll. That is good melody. Pennies are going to be, I mean, I was telling Jeremy earlier that I've been hoarding pennies myself. I've been keeping boxes of pennies kind of just on the back burner so that, 20 years from now or whatever, if somebody wants to buy a box of unsearched pennies, then I've got that on deck. Yeah, I still buy boxes of pennies from the bank, usually 5 at a time. $125. It was funny the last week when I went there last Thursday. Damn it. Last Thursday when I went up there, they had a new guy. Well, he wasn't a new guy, but the usual girl, my normal girl, Kathy, she was off on maternity leave because she just had her baby. She's been pregnant for, I swear, the last 15 months, but that's just time, I guess. But anyways, so they had this guy there that was filling in from one of the other locations, and I walked in, and I walk up to the, counter, and I'm like, hey, I'm here to pick up 5 boxes of pennies and 1 box of nickels, and I just put my ID down on the counter and my debit card for my business account, and he's like, 5 boxes of pennies? 1 second. And he walked back into the back room, and then he comes back out with 2 boxes of pennies, and he is like, okay, sir, let me get the rest of this for you. And I was like, thanks. And he goes, I really didn't know we still sold boxes of pennies because I'm not from this location, and the location that I'm at, we aren't allowed to sell pennies anymore. And I was like, yeah, these girls take care of me. I've been getting pennies from this location for years, and they've not stopped selling them to me, and I don't think they're going to stop selling them to me. He was just like, oh, wow. I guess I'll shake your hand after I bring out the rest of your boxes and we'll get to know each other. And I was like, yes, sir. Your Morgan dollar 1893 is worth currently at melt value, if it's just a cut or a coal, at least $86. And if it's in decent condition, I mean, if we're talking like, you know, MS level or proof level condition, then it could be worth anywhere between $100 to $120. If it's a Carson City, if it has the CC mint mark, oh, it's a CC. In that case, it's worth hundreds of dollars, even if it's not a very good condition coin. So I would put it, you know, even if it's somewhere around like a XF40, it would be worth around $200 to $300. Somebody deserves a cookie for shitting on themselves. I guess this must be a daycare center now, right? Yeah, in all honesty, I would hold on to it, bro. If not, sell it to me. Shit, I need a Carson City in my personal collection. Send me a picture. Send me pictures of it to my email. We can work out a deal. As long as you know how to do shipping and you can actually send it to me. Yeah, boring. You're kind of fucking up, bro. There's a reason why the majority of my viewers all have moderatorship. If you want to troll, this isn't the chat room to do it in, brother. You have 3 of them? Where did you, hold on. So first off, where did you get them? Because I've bought in counterfeit Carson Cities off of eBay before, and I've had to make plenty of disputes. So first off, I would want you to weigh it and tell me if it weighs 26.7 grams. And if it does, then I will teach you and we will do a price comparison for the condition that it's in based off of recent compared prices online. And then I will give you a fair price that I think it's worth. And then if you know how to ship it to me, I will pay for the shipping as well. Okay, the magnet test doesn't tell you if it's real, though. It could be aluminum for all you know. You gotta weigh it. You really gotta weigh it. So that's a 72 with a wide AM. It's not even in good condition. I'll take the copper. Yeah, you want to weigh it. So, look, I'll show you right here. Live. Get you a scale, right? And then get you a Morgan. We'll take this one out of the case that I have it in. And if it's a real Morgan, I don't have a fake one. I had to send back the fake ones that I had bought. If it is a real Morgan, it will weigh exactly 26.6 to 26.7 grams. That's the best way to tell, because the fakes usually weigh between 20.3 to 21.5 grams. They're usually made out of aluminum because aluminum can pass the ring test. Now, if you know the ring test, that's where you balance a coin on your finger and you take something and strike it. Here, let me mute this. You hear that? If something is silver, it will have that ring when you strike it. That's called the ring test. Now, you can do the magnet test all you want. You can do the ring test, and if the coin is aluminum, it will still have a ring to it. Now, it won't last that long. See how long it lasts? It's still going, and then it quits. Now, aluminum will ring, but then it'll stop, like right there. So it'll pass the ring test, but then if you put a piece of ice on it, the piece of ice will melt very fast. So you can do the ice test on something that you think is silver. And if it melts extremely fast, then you know it's silver, because silver is one of the best heat and cool conductors that you can find in metals. It is the third best thermal conductor that you will find in a precious metal, next to gold and platinum. Copper is the cheapest. You're welcome, Zuri. I appreciate you being in my stream, friend. As a potential hobbyist metalsmithing, well, yeah. I plan on casting and metal forging my own silver rings and jewelry here very soon. That's an endeavor that I want to do on my channel. I already have a long form video out for my first hammer forging of a silver ring. It was a very weak attempt to turn a 1 gram bar of silver into a ring, but I did it, so slightly proud of myself, even though it was ugly. I'm in Texas, the amazing, great country of Texas. There's an 81 piece of copper. Yeah, everyone, hey, if you type into the chat, there's a wood grain penny. Not too often you see those. If you type into the chat this, !me, it will shout out your channel so that everyone can go and subscribe to your channel. Everyone shout yourselves out, man. Let's spread the community. There's a wood grain penny. I love these, honestly. All right, quick bio break, and I will be right back. Okay, Melody. I also some dimes. What do you mean? You have some dimes as well? Like silver dimes or? worth the listen, but it's just making me tired. So, no thanks. What error are you looking for on a 56 wheat penny? None. There are no errors on a 55 that are obvious. There's a 1955 double die obverse. 56, there's no known errors. If it's a 1956 San Francisco, though, there was only 669,000 minted. Good night, Kathy. All right, Neem. Have a good night. So if you have a 56 San Francisco, there was 669,000 minted. Other than that, you're just looking at a normal 1956, and there was a bunch of those. It's 420 million from the Philadelphia Mint, and then 1 billion from the Denver Mint. $1982 large tape. We'll weigh it later. Not in the mood to play that game right now. Excuse me. Sorry, y'all. Good night, Kathy. I hope you sleep well. 1945 dime valuable. I mean, it's worth its weight in silver. Oh, that's super nice of you, John. Wow. That's awesome, man. I love that. You got to spread love in the, numismatic community. Just because someone doesn't have the means to collect something that they might find interesting, if you can send them something that they find interesting and they didn't know they were going to find it interesting, then by all means. That's awesome, man. Love that. Got a 98 with a close hand. A little wood grain. Nothing crazy. Not worth keeping. Well, alright, sorry. I hope you sleep well and the dizzies leave you alone. Just keep a trash can next to your bed. It's good meeting you too, bro. On 82s, I mean, you got to weigh them to find out whether or not they're copper or zinc for the most part. And you're either looking for large date or small date. For 59s, there aren't very many errors. I would look for, potential doubling, but maybe yeah, I don't know any 59 errors off the top of my head, to be honest with you. But with 82s, you're going to be looking at small date, large date, and then whether or not they're made out of copper or zinc. Yeah, more than likely. I mean, a lot of people, especially especially with the financial crisis that we're finding ourselves in right now, a lot of people are turning in their coin collections for sure. All right, guys, this is the part of the stream I was telling about where we just fucking sit here and chill, and I ain't gotta worry about dates or errors or fucking anything, to be honest with you. So, rolls of uncirculated 5960S. Talking about pennies? Oh, yeah. Is Boring Cow still even in here? That's hilarious. Let's see. Oh, that's alright. They can lurk all they want. Doesn't hurt my feelings. Leave it to a troll to, well, be a coward, I guess, right? No, it's hitting Dogecoin. Doge is only up 1% today. It's at 12, what is that, 12 cents 55? 0.12555. Oh. Oh, that felt good. No, I don't trade Doge that often, to be honest with you. I don't even have it in my spot account. It's on my cold wallet. I never got that big into Doge. It was doing its thing there for a while, but I was like, It's gonna crash. The bubble's gonna pop. It's gonna. Silver's up 9%. I've got 1% on mine ever since Asia opened. This is the silver chart currently. It's making a double top. To be honest, I'd be willing to short this. In fact, I think I'm going to. Let's open up another. Boop. And then let's go XAG. We'll pop on a small term short because I do believe it's going to continue to fall. Yep, there we go. We're already in the green. Let's watch as silver falls. Because this double top that Asia's created has been rather and then we're currently looking at an overbought scenario on the stochastic RSI. We're in a downtrend. This is the 5-minute chart. Looking at the 15-minute chart, it's obvious that we're in a downtrend. Looking at the 1-hour chart, we could potentially be pulling out of the downtrend, but at the same time, looking at the 4-hour chart, the double top is not a very good place to be currently. So speaking strictly in financial terms, we saw the closeout, we had a drop, we had a spike, it bottomed out at 113 at the end of market close. We saw another spike at the beginning of Asia Open, and then we saw another drop. When I say spike, I mean a volume spike. Saw a drop at the beginning of Asia Open, and now we've seen a raise in price action that has not been able to surpass previous high. What that tells other traders and investors, especially those investing and trading in futures, is that silver is not ready to break through that psychological barrier of 118 yet. So people are going to be selling, especially people that have bought in way the frick down here at $90 on futures, right? And have been riding this wave all the way up. They're seeing this double top and they're saying, okay, well, there isn't enough buy pressure anymore, so it might be the time to sell. So as that falls into place, there's going to be a heavier amount of sell pressure. That's going to strike fear in a lot of traders and or investors. They're going to start selling, therefore dragging price down even further. The new floor isn't going to go anywhere below 85. No, I do believe if we drop from here, we're going to see a potential 98 to 102, right? Now, right here at the bottom of this, that is 101.61, okay? Now, I want you to look at this in comparison to where we are right now, okay? We're right here, currently. If we touch this, we're going to bounce. I believe that wholeheartedly. 101. If we touch this and we don't bounce and continue to plummet, we're looking at 92. That's right here. 91 to 92. In comparison to where we are right now. Now, you really have to take into consideration exactly what this chart looks like on a large scale basis. Because how many fucking charts do you know look like this? Right? Gold doesn't even look like this. Gold looks like this. See, gold has side, up, down, side, up. Silver right now, up. Up. It's just up. It's going to have to come down. I mean, it's a universal law of physics that even plays into factor here. We can run a Fibonacci sequence from the previous high, right? I guarantee you the next low, which it has already hit. So if we're looking into this, If we're looking into this, it's already bounced off the previous Fibonacci sequence. See this line right here? So it bounced and it's going up. And if it doesn't reach that high, it's going to either go back down to the 102, like I was saying, this, which you can't see the numbers on the side of the screen, but that's 102. And if it doesn't bounce off of 102, then it's going to sit right around this 92 mark. Okay. So we're either going to see 102 silver or we're going to see a 92 silver. And that's just based off of basic Fibonacci sequence. Sorry, hard word right now. Which plays into factor all across the board. This has never failed. I mean, just look at the points that it's going into it. You know, it goes down, it reaches this point. It goes up, it hits this point, it hits this point, it comes back down to this point, and then it goes back up to this point, and then it comes back down to this point, and then it goes up to this point, and then it comes back down to this point. Fibonacci is never wrong. I have never once seen this freaking magical tool, this Fibonacci sequence tool, ever be wrong. So I fully, wholeheartedly expect that this double top does not breach through the 118 to 119 mark, that we will see 102 again, if not 92. And this is from, I have been trading for years. This isn't financial advice. Don't take anything I say as some form of law, but it's, you know, the probabilities. Trying to get it to where it's, there we go. So right now I'm esports. Yeah, gold is always going to go up. There's no question about that. But silver has surpassed its ability to raise in the banker's eyes, which is one of the biggest problems. We're now seeing a short squeeze, which is exactly why I'm shorting it currently. But once we get out of this short squeeze, we will absolutely see 125 to 140 silver. China's continuing to control the majority of silver surpass through their transit systems and trading, which they've cut off all export. So they're kind of creating a bubble currently, given the fact that China owns 70% of all silver mining in the world, which means they're purposefully trying to get silver to surpass gold so that they can have something along the lines of what Fort Knox used to be for America in a gold trading system, but with silver. Well, the problem with silver is so many people have bought silver futures and paper silver, essentially IOUs of silver, over the years, where they essentially have not owned any silver, but they've owned a piece of paper that says they own silver. And when they go to cash that in, and the vault doesn't allow it because there isn't enough silver to cash their silver in that they didn't even own, it's going to create a whole fucking pandemonium of people that are like, well, I want my silver. You told me that I own silver. And these companies are going to be like, well, we said you own silver, but it's our silver, and we can't give you that because technically we don't own enough silver to give everyone that we told we are selling silver to silver. Oh, John, I don't fucking talk about feelings. I look at charts, brother. I trade. I day trade. Like, I stare at charts all fucking day long. I have endeavors in silver mining companies, gold mining companies. I have silver paper trades. I have silver. I trade futures, options. I have, you know, compound investments. I have. It's. My financial game runs far deeper than just the basis of bullshit that a lot of people think they're doing when they get into the finance game. I've been doing this for a long fucking time. The short's going up. We're already up 6.6%. No, 9.9. $15. Not bad. That'll probably hit take profit. I'm gonna go ahead and put my stop loss at break even. That way it's a risk-free trade. Yeah, exactly. Have some paper. It's an IOU. Like, hey, I know you paid us a bunch of money for silver, but we never really had silver. So here's like this thing that says, you know, this is silver. Yeah, just take this. This isn't a game, Zeno. Alright, we're at 20%. I'm going to go ahead and drop my stop loss in at 5%. That way we guarantee profit. I run private security at a casino. The card isn't autographed, but I do have an Emmitt Smith autographed football. That's in my room in a case. But yeah, no, Zeno, this isn't a game, bro. Polite and just keep your mouth shut. Yeah, John. I understand, bro. Well, Zeno, alright, so what I'm doing right now is I'm on a crypto exchange. This isn't stocks, this isn't Forex, this isn't futures or options. This is crypto. Getting into crypto is a little bit of a more difficult endeavor in the sense that you have to go through a lot of different hoops. It's not as easy as just, you know, picking a broker and then giving them money and paying commissions. So with crypto exchanges, especially decentralized exchanges are a lot different. you have to go through something along the lines of Coinbase or Kraken or crypto.com, purchase USDT using fiat currency, and then use your wallet to wallet exchange addresses in order to transfer your USDT into a different wallet on your exchange, and then you're capable of trading crypto. Timeline, this currently is 5 minutes, and this isn't silver. I am trading silver, and this timeline is also 5 minutes, but I'm shorting it. Yeah, security to casino. Yeah, that's one of the things, man. I bring my laptop with me to work, and I work the door a lot of the times, just because I'm nicer to everyone than a lot of the other guys. And so many people come in and they're like, I want to do that. I want to do that. How do I do that? I want to play that game. And this isn't a game. This is not, this isn't just sit down and press a 5x button and bet. This is, you have to strategically place yourself in the market after reading and understanding the charts and knowing what you're looking at and seeing the differences, understanding the psychology behind the people that are trading the market that you're in currently. And it's, yeah, I'm on the 5 minute because I'm scalping. Yeah, on the 5 minutes coming down, but the 4 hour and daily still looks good. Need a correction. That's kind of scary. Yeah, we do need a correction. That's absolutely correct. Yeah, I know you're talking about silver. So I'm looking at, I mean, I've been watching the chart for silver for a long time. I've got a buddy of mine, one of my trading partners actually, his name's Sparksy. He trades on a funded account, and the majority of what he's limited to is gold and silver. So he's pretty much been making his bank off of this funded account, strictly trading silver. And right now it looks as though we are potentially in a downward slope. Because that's, I mean, we're certainly not on a bull flag unless you want to look at like the daily chart, right? Well, not even on the daily chart. We're still on a double top. Oh, well, let me get rid of that now. But yeah, still on a double top, man. If we can't get that volume that we need to break over 118, then it's gonna plummet, in all honesty. I mean, there's just no doubt about it in my mind, especially with how far it's gone up and how steep it's been, right? That's silver right now. That's silver on the daily chart. Good night, Teresa. Tell me I didn't call that short perfectly, though, right? NJ's currency does not understand currency. How ironic. Yeah, man, I don't know jack shit about currency, brother. Later, Jeremy. Hmm. Do you hold much gold and silver ETF? Now, yes, but the ETFs that I hold are not strictly gold and silver as far as precious metals go. Now, I do hold GLD and I do hold SLV. Um, I mean, all right, so it's kind of that's one of those harder questions to answer. So, one of the better silver stocks that I'm currently holding is Hecla. HL is the tag, and it's a silver mining company that's been around since the early 1900s, about 1936 or so. So, I hold stock in silver and gold ETFs. I hold stock in silver and gold mining companies. Hey, what up? Fuck. Shit. Hold on. I know your name, but I thought it's always so hard for me to remember what your nickname is. Anyways, so yeah, I hold a lot in Renegade. Who had it? Sticks. Yep, got it. Sticks. What up, bro? No. His name is Sticks. John. I appreciate. Yeah, you did really good with that one. You did really good with that one, bro. Uh, all right, what's up, Sticks? How you doing, bro? Yeah, this market's doing pretty fucking decent, to be honest with you. As a bear, I'm extremely happy with the way Bitcoin, Solana, Ethereum has been going. Shitcoins and Solana looking good again. Yeah, Solana's picked itself back up. We're past the 120s mark. I'm not mad at it, but in all honesty, I'd love to see a lot more raise. I purchased a lot of spot actually over the weekend. Not gonna lie. Solana alone is making me a little wary, considering if we're looking, if we're looking at something along the lines of the 1 week chart, it's a little troublesome for the simple fact that we are obviously in a freaking downtrend, my guy. Now, we have been seeing lower lows, lower highs, and if we can't keep above, then boop, 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 we're screwed. But we'll see how it plays out. I'm not mad at it. I'm mad at this, though. I'm really mad at Tia. So mad at Tia. Buddy of mine launched a shitcoin called Somalia Scam. And it's tiny. I'll take your word for it, brother. I'm certainly not going to invest in it. Now, what I'm looking at right now is I'm shorting silver. Because we're on the middle of a double top, and look at that. Just another amazing short put into place, perfectly timed. Just like this one. We're going to go ahead and throw a stop loss at break even. Go ahead and lock in a carefree trade. Bananas and rice coin. Hey, what's up, AJ? I'm glad you're back, man. A lot of my friends left. Making the fart coin? Fart coin is man, I know so many people that lost a lot of money with fart coin, and it's not funny. It really isn't. I know a lot. Well, I know one guy that lost like $26,000 to fart coin. I never understood heavily investing into shitcoins personally. That was something that even in the beginning of my crypto career was not something I was willing to do willingly. Because that just seems like stupidity in my opinion. Alright, we're gonna go here, I guess this is where we're gonna go. And then we can try to position there. Yeah, we'll take that. Yeah, risk versus reward is a thing, but I mean, all right, difference between a good trader and a lucky trader is 3-1 versus 16-5. I'm not gonna argue with you. Not gonna argue with the 6. I got you, brother. I know where you're at. I know the mindset. I've been there. I've been on the gamble side of this. I've rode that bull both up and down. And all I can say is if you strategically place yourself in points of contact where you know you're going to be able to not have to worry about anything, then why risk $500, you know? I'm not saying you're any better or you're any worse or you're any, you know, your method is wrong or your method is right. In fact, knowing devs does help. In fact, one of the things that I've taught in a lot of my financial classes that I have and a lot of the groups that I own is trading, especially day trading, is a lot like driving. If you're the type of person that drives 110 miles an hour on the highway and is weaving in and out of traffic and, you know, you're just balls to the wall the whole way until you get there, then you're going to be an extremely good scalp trader. If you're the type of person that's going to run the right-hand lane and do the speed limit or maybe even 5 below or whatever and be safe about it and get to where you're going when you get there and not have to worry about dying, then, you know, you're going to be a really good swing trader. But no matter what speed you decide to go, unless you have the technical ability to get to the end goal, you are not going to be able to achieve the goals that you want to achieve. You have to learn the principles. You have to learn the logistics behind it before you get into the technicals and then start pushing towards reaching a goal. If you jump in head first, you're going to hit your head, knock yourself out, give yourself a concussion. And if some lifeguard is there to pull you out, by all means, whether it's a 9-to-5 job that gives you enough capital to reinvest, whatever be it, then yeah, you can restart again and try to learn to swim again, but then you're just going to keep diving head first into the bottom of the pool until you learn what it takes to do the right thing. To understand what you're looking at. Yeah, no, see, I don't fuck with meme coins or shit coins or anything like that. I look at charts. I read charts. I look at volume data. I look at metrics. Meme metrics is not a thing to me. Is this called day trading? Technically, you can call it that. I mean, this is just trading at this point. If I wanted to, I would leave this open for days, but it's not going to get to that point. Because the overall volume for this coin is absolute shite. But Metrics, got it. So I look at volume, I look at funding data, I look at previous highs, I look at previous lows. Now this is what I would classify as a shitcoin through and through. Now it's worth only, what, 50 currently, 52 cents a share. But if we look at crypto bubbles, our 24-hour volume is half of that of our market cap. So the fact that our 24-hour volume is not surpassing our market cap shows me that we're not seeing any type of manipulation in the market. This is all just true market push. Now, we've seen a huge volume spike here, right? That shows me forms of manipulation. Now, the fact that my stop loss is already in profit over the recent high, I'm carefree in this. So even if it does seem to surpass what the market should do, which is lower price, we should see a heavy sell-off pressure here and a bear market start to take over, as the stochastic RSI is showing overbought. So Sticks, do you do like the whole airdrop thing? Yeah, gut and previous experience. I understand that. I've been doing this for a long time, so that's kind of what I rely on, in all honesty. But I also watch the charts. Yeah, you farm airdrops. That makes sense. So I know a lot of guys like you. No offense. That's one way to do it, man. You know, that's definitely one way to do it. I've seen guys make hundreds of thousands of dollars off of farming airdrops. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, 30,000. Yeah. Yeah, I've seen guys make hundreds of thousands off of farming airdrops, and that's just not really the way I wanted to see it done for my own personal endeavors. I'm part vampire. But that, just like I was saying with the whole driving 90 miles an hour, 110 or whatever, everyone has their place in the market. There are people that are going to take advantage of things that, yeah, you can't rely on airdrops because you're going to lose a lot more than you end up winning in the long run. It's just like gambling at a casino. The house always wins. Now, I saw everything that happened with the NFTs and whatnot, and I called that way before it ever fucking happened. It's like, you guys, you can't rely on some bullshit fucking partial of something that you want to claim is relatable to a Picasso for whatever reason. It just doesn't work that way. That's not how that works. And the same thing works with airdrops. I mean, I was in there with Zeus, ETH, and all of the beginnings of, a lot of other coins. And yeah, I know a lot of developers. Yeah, I know a lot of people in the markets. Yeah, I know a lot of market makers. I still find my passion in watching the charts. Now, when I first got started in crypto, I watched charts just like we're watching right now on my computer screen, but about 8 per screen. And I literally just sat there and watched them. I never traded anything for the first week and a half that I got into crypto. I had the capital, I had margin, I had things. I could get into trades, but I didn't. I just sat and I watched charts. I watched them like a television screen and a freaking Cheers episode or whatever. you know, and made it a point to figure out how the market moved, how things operated, why things did the way they did. And the only way you really begin to understand that is by watching. See? No. Enough to use, bro. I got. Oh, Gloria. I appreciate that. I'm sorry. This is one of you missed the coin hunting part of the stream. That was the first 4 hours or so. Now we're just kind of in the hangout part of the stream where I talk about finances and stuffs. Time in the market beats timing the market. Exactly. It's exactly like racing, man. The more seat time you have. Is there a school to learn day trading? No, but you can. I can get you in contact with some people that will teach you. Here's the link to my Discord channel. If you add me on Discord, I can add you into multiples of my groups. And then one of them is a paid server where you can actually learn a lot of valuable information. But for the most part, I operate in a free realm of open information where I do not charge people for the information that I've gathered. I prefer to educate individuals freely, given the fact that all of the education that I've learned is based off of my own experiences and free education, you know, things that I've done on my own, you know, like just watching YouTube videos and reading and you have a job or training voucher for school? $500 a day, $500 a day day trading is a hell of an endeavor. You would need around 7,500 capital just to start with. And that's not even talking about the stock market. That's crypto. If we're talking about stock market, we need well over 10,000, probably 15,000. That's not something simple to achieve, especially not as a beginner. Invite expired. Oh, let me grab a new one. All right, I'm just gonna copy and paste the server right there. Oh, 10 deep. If you're on shorts, mobile, I would. All right, so send me an email. I'll email you the link. If you're on your phone, then That's going to be the best route. No, sadly, it's not in my profile. Um, but if you send me an email, I can email you the link. Yeah, I'm laughing at that too, Sticks. I can teach you how to lose 500 a day, and you could just do the opposite. Hey, don't demean lot lizards, man. They got a bill to pay too somewhere. Probably just a cell phone bill, but we don't judge. As an ex diesel mechanic, they do a lot of good in the world. Yeah, I mean, I wish there was an easier way for me to give you a link. Here, hold on. I wonder if I. No, I can't. Can't even add it to the description of the video right now. Yeah, I'm sorry, bro. Your best bet might be like copying and pasting it. It's about the best I got for you. I don't know. We're really hoping for this downward push. If it touches my stop loss and profit, I'm not mad. I still win. But if it touches my take profit, that's a much better trade. Silver's dropping. Looks like we're forming a bear flag. Undersold on the stochastic on the 15-minute. Not looking terrible, but not looking good either. I don't think it's going to be implemented for another, well, years. I'd say probably another two, maybe 3 years. If it does end up going 24/7, that would be extremely beneficial to America's exchange system, in my opinion, given the fact that so many people are trading America stocks in other time zones, given, Asia, Australia, Philippines, London, the majors. So if we could get implement the other stocks that are not, a part of the S&P and the NASDAQ and everything like that onto a 24-hour schedule, that would be amazing. Just got your Discord message. Now, do I think it's going to change the world as far as finances go? Absolutely not. It's not going to make any difference whatsoever, in all honesty. It's just going to allow people like me that operate on a night owl schedule to trade on the American exchange outside of, from my time, what would be 8:30 to 3:30 in the afternoon. Because I don't wake up until 5 o'clock in the afternoon. So all of the trades that I put in are usually pre-market or post-market. Let's see, 3:36 in the morning. London should be opening up currently. Lower liquidity timeframes where funds with enough capital can manipulate price more. It will be interesting to see it play out. Yeah, that's absolutely true. It's an interesting thought process. I didn't actually think about that one. So, one of the things, though, is as a trader, I don't care what you trade, what market, whether it's futures, forex, options, any market. Good morning, Todd. Yeah, kind of like how crypto trades on the weekends. Yeah, exactly. It'll be like a null marketplace where people can continue to manipulate outside of the realm of what normal market makers would be putting into the market with. I fully understand what you're saying, but what I'm trying to get across is even if that is the case, that, it doesn't negate the fact that there's always going to be larger market makers in play. You know what I mean? You're always going to have your James Wins. You're always going to have your ETF. You know, there isn't going to be a realm of possibility where you're outside of manipulation. There's always going to be market manipulators no matter the time zone. It's, whether it's Asia, whether it's London, whether it's New York, whether it's whatever, you're always going to be fighting those market makers. Yeah. And that's the thing. I mean, you as a trader have to be able to recognize and differentiate manipulation from true market movement. Okay? So it it doesn't change anything. The fake temporary price can be there at 3 o'clock in the afternoon or 3 o'clock in the morning, regardless of what market you're in. Now, what one region decides to do with price action, in crypto we call them Jewish fakeouts, absolutely. Now, what one region decides to do with a market is completely up to the news and a bunch of different variables in that marketplace in the moment. I mean, think back to when fucking Trump bombed Iran or whatever, the 3 nuclear plants that he fucking sent B-22s or whatever after. And if you remember right, we saw a crash on Bitcoin below 100,000 within a day from 116,000. And then within a day later, it was all the way back up. So you can't tell me that even if the market decides to get as volatile as possible, that if you don't expect it, then you can't harness, what you need to see in the market before it happens. So if you get something like that, World War III news, that's going to be something that's going to completely eradicate the market of all investors for the most part, right? We can expect a major sell-off across the board, without doubt. That's not going to prevent the market makers from coming in and buying out that entire sellout the day after it happens and purchasing up all of those assets at bare minimum cost and then holding on to them until it re-raises, and then they completely sell off, causing a crash again roughly a year later. One of the major issues that we're fighting with as investors and traders and market analysts right now is the fact that our president is the largest manipulating factor for our economy in the last 25 years. 9/11 did not affect our economy the way that Trump has. This man is pushing markets in forms and factors and manipulating the entire market in ways that we have not seen since the last, since we were expecting World War III. You know what I mean? Yeah, it's fucking bad, bro. So you can't tell me that there aren't, market manipulators in place that are already taking full advantage of whatever the fuck they can get their hands on. Whether it's BlackRock, whether it's Trump, whether it's whatever. Nah, man, if I was in his place, I would absolutely take advantage of the full fucking, the ability. Because, I said this when he came in for his second term. I said it before it even happened. I said, this man is going to become president for a second time. And after losing the last election, he's going to come back with a vengeance and is going to use everything within his power to pad him and his family's pockets for as long as he is in term before he either gets impeached or finishes the term. He will continue to get paid, whether it's the market or his own fucking paycheck. He is going to get paid. He's going to make sure his children get paid. He's going to make sure that every investment he's ever made gets paid. That's why he's doing all the shit with Intel and Nvidia and the Dark Enlightenment. No. But it's an obvious form factor that the dude is literally fucking padding his pockets. You know what I mean? Like, you cannot escape that fact. And like I said, I don't fucking blame him. If I was in his place, if I was the hood ornament of fucking America, and every word that I uttered changed something in the economy, I would absolutely be playing that power trip. Executive Order 1384-8. I haven't even checked on this one. Oh, shit. That's not very good. Stochastic RSI is showing middle bot. We're breaching a crossover for sell pressure. Bears technically should start taking over, but I have a feeling with the bullish pressure that we're going to see potentially more buying power. MACD, we might see some sideways movement before we see any more downward pressure if we don't see an absolute push towards the upside like we're seeing right now. It's alright, still got stop loss and profit, win-win. Same thing with silver. Stop loss and profit. Yeah, London might want to buy up all this silver at such a cheap price, honestly. We're at a relative low comparatively to Asia's high yesterday. So Asia topped out at about 113 and then dropped their price before London opened all the way back down to 104. And then London kind of bought in, and then New York bought in a lot more. Asia didn't drop it too low, but London might be willing to purchase a lot more silver right now, considering this is the lowest low that we've seen in the last 3 days in the week. Looking to Curtis Yarvin and the Dark Enlightenment regime's actions make much more sense when viewed through that perspective. All right, I got you. I'll give it a quick Google. XPR. I mean, if it's not on my exchange, because KSX is a little weird, man. KSX doesn't really oh yeah, I got it. 0.002. Looks like it's on a low. Looks like it's been making a low. That's not good. Ooh, that's an ugly chart, brother. Hold up. Hold up. We're looking at the same fucking chart, right? Oh, that is an ugly ass bastard, bro. I wouldn't, if this was my redheaded stepchild, I would deny it dinner. Not really. But you know what I mean. Like, bro, that's I've seen some ugly fucking charts. And that's up there, man. I can't, no. I can't feasibly invest in that. I'm sorry. I won't do it. It's... Yeah, I said the same thing about Celestia. And stop loss and profit. Yep. Looks like London wants to buy up their silver. The Hedgehog review. Let's see. Silver, I mean, we're still technically on top of a bull flag here, in my opinion. Now, if we were to continue upwards, it would potentially reach 120. Do I think it's going to happen today? Probably not. Do I think it's going to happen this week? Yes. Yeah, I saw that spike in Penguin after Elon Musk made that retweet or whatever. You sold all your silver at $32 about 10 months ago. So you sold all your silver about 10 months ago? That's crazy, man. Yeah, it's funny. The reason I know that is because I was buying silver 10 months ago. Yeah, bro, the AI trading game is ridiculous right now. I don't even fuck around with that. I know how to read a chart. I don't need some computer program to tell me what I need to know about price action and volume. Yeah, the COVID crash was definitely the time to be buying up silver for sure. I think it dropped somewhere around 10 at the lowest. Sticks, I was planning on ignoring your comment about machines can do it better and execute faster. Uh, all I can say to respond to that is I have the screenshots to prove I've breached a 1,300 plus P&L percentage profit in a month. I've been backtesting AI chart reading technology for the last 3 weeks. They still have not made a program that can beat my personal record of wins versus losses. Silver has not spiked. Silver is sitting on the bottom end of a double top. If you want to long it, now is absolutely not the time as it's sitting on support. Am I familiar with MEB bots? No, I'm not. White House Science and Technology Advisor, we have the ability to control time and space. Yeah, I believe that. I'm sure they've got crazy fucking machines and shit. But that doesn't change the markets. It doesn't make charts differentiate between price action, fear, greed. That doesn't change how people react. Now, if you look at it, silver is sitting on support. Do I think it's going to raise? That depends on New York. It's 100% New York's playing field at this point. Going to grab a drink. I'll be right back, y'all. Maximal extracted value there, but slams trades and instantly hard people super stuff. I believe that, but that's not the way that I trade. So, just as I was trying to explain earlier, who's buying? Who's buying silver? Or what time frames do you look at? I look at usually 5 to 15, depending on what I'm doing, if I'm scalping or swinging. If I'm swinging, I'm looking at 4, 1, 15. If I'm scalping, I'm looking at 1, 3, 5. But I don't rely on bots to tell me how to trade, for the simple fact that I trust my own technical analysis over something that it's hard to explain. I trust my own technical analysis over some AI program. Let me put it that way. because some AI program doesn't understand the logistics that go into the psychology of trading. When something is overbought, when something is undersold, when something is in the middle, when something is in pushing into a new realm of market placement, price action wise, you cannot have a robot expect to understand the fear factor that is involved in losing money. XRP has absolutely not bottomed, not by any means necessary. XRP still has much more to go down. You get where I'm coming from. I take my own trades too. I'm also experimenting with getting models access to funds as a side project. Yeah. Okay, so it's difficult for me to explain like where exactly in my trading endeavors I am without showing the fact that I'm a part of many different I mean, I'm gifted lifetime memberships to paid servers that people actually access for information and learning, for the simple fact that I have entered into these servers and proven the fact that I'm a better trader than 99% of the people that these servers have in them. And even the people that are running them, I have respecting me as someone that trades better than them, if not at the same level. So it all falls back onto kind of a, how do you say, word of mouth type thing, I suppose, right? But my reach spans wide when it comes to where I stand in the crypto community. In fact, if anyone in here is planning on trading crypto, I just recommend you install the application Involio. It's basically Instagram for crypto traders. I don't even have a profile with them anymore. It's been so long. So basically, if you download Involio and you get online with it, you're going to be able to access a shit ton of crypto traders that share their trades live, and then you can just join in on their trades and follow them. But you won an on-chain options tournament that had like 10,000 participants in 2021. That's cool, Sticks. KSEX, my crypto exchange, has a, and I'm not trying to like out-piss you here. This isn't a pissing competition. But if you want to get onto KSEX, they have a weekly trading competition. And I win that pretty often. That's all I'll say. But yeah, if you want to get on with KSEX, I can give you my invite code. Lowest fees in the market, my friend. And that's not even a joke. .01% fees for KCEX on all crypto exchange trades. Oh no, I know, I know. And like I said, it wasn't even a pissing competition. Like I'm not I'm not here to try to combat you, bro. I'm like as I've always kept this same mentality, bro. I'm not here to benefit me. I'm here to benefit everyone around me. So if someone learns something from me, then that's amazing. If you know more than me, then by all means, I'm more than willing to listen. You know what I mean? Like I'm not here to fight anyone. I'm not here to try to battle brain power or anything with anyone. I'm just here to be me, try to share some knowledge, try to give some insight, try to, you know, give a little backlog, whatever. By all means, like you're talking about some stuff that I really don't know anything about. Like I don't know anything about a med bot. I know a lot about AI bots and trading bots, and you know, you can't beat them as someone that tries to do what I do, but you have to take it into accountability. But that's also why I don't trade like a 1 minute chart, you know? Like I would expect a bot to be trading a 1 minute chart and just like right now shorting because it's about to take a fucking plummet. Excuse me. But I would say anyone that has been in the finance game, anyone that's been in the game of teaching people finances, understands that they don't know everything. Nobody knows everything. Go all in on Pokemon cards. Jeez. Yeah, go drop 23,000 on an original reverse hologram. Fuck, I don't know. Whatever. Charizard, something. Blah, blah, blah. Anyways, so anyone that's in the finance game, anyone that's in the finance industry, especially someone that's in the realm of teaching people finances, has to understand that you don't know everything. You absolutely cannot predict the market. You are at all points in time guessing on which way you expect things to go. And if they don't go that way, then oops. There's one fail out of many. If it does go that way, then yeah, fucking, you did the analysis, you did everything in your power to figure out what you needed to learn to make that prediction happen. Exactly. Too much stuff to know everything. Man, that's one of the things is finances, stock markets, markets in general, whether it's crypto, whether it's precious metals, whether it's any type of stock, there's too much to know. It's whether you're looking at errors on pennies or nickels or quarters or whatever, there's way too much information for one person to hold and harbor and understand. The more you know, the more you realize you don't know. Absolutely true. Absolutely true. You can sit there and pretend like you know everything all day long, and it's still not going to get you as far as admitting that you don't know what you don't know and trying to learn. Because if you don't know it and you pretend like you know it, you're never going to know it. If you don't know it, you admit that you don't know it, and you try to learn what you don't know, you at least harbor the power to understand what you don't know. Yeah, exactly. With the endless amount of information. And that's exactly why I say, like, I'm a part of paid information servers on trading in Discord for free because of what I know and what I offer. But I don't charge for what I know and what I have to offer as information because I learned it for free. You know, yeah, I paid my dues. I'm not gonna lie. So I was a part of a few trading servers and paying a monthly due in the beginning, but I quickly learned that I didn't need them, and I showed the people that owned them that I didn't need them, and that's when I was gifted the ability to stay just to spread the knowledge of what I had. And that's not even like trying to talk myself up or gas myself up or whatever. That's just that's just where I stood. Yeah, so with Involio, you have a lot of like MVP or VIP groups and everything, that you can pay to be a part of. There's a lot of different groups actually. But I joined one in particular and very, very quickly surpassed all of my mentors essentially. But I'm not, I'm no better. Like I've got the P&Ls to prove it. I've lost thousands of dollars in a day and I've made thousands of dollars in a day. The market does not care. Let's see, if I drop back to hold up. Let's see if I can't find it because I want to do daily P&L, but yeah, all right. So yeah, right there. Prime example. What month is this? This is August. So August 12th, I made $1,256 in a day. August 19th, I lost $1,338 in a day. So that's trading. Literally a week apart, 7 days exactly. Same exact P&L almost, but plus and negative. And yeah, that's exactly the way it be sometimes. Because I can go from days where I make 1200, 700, minus 700, minus 155, minus 1300, plus 280, minus 300, plus 800. You know what I mean? Ah, silver pulled up just a little. EMA broke. We're looking at heavy buying power now. Yeah, plus 20,000 in it stays would be amazing. That's why I've invested heavily in my spot account on my cold wallets. I'm much more willing to just sit on funds than I am to trade them. That's called compound investing. I should probably silence that Steam Labs donation thing. I really don't need y'all to donate to me at all. Alright, so we're still in esports. It's riding out a bull flag, it looks like. We're seeing some heavy sell pressure. Not really willing to, I'm not going to pull my stop loss down into deeper territory yet, just for the simple fact that if it does bridge a little higher, then I'll still be in the clear if it drops, but well, that's not fucking feasible now, is it? Tron, TRX. Yeah, the Tron network has been heavy in, I mean, ever since they got on the NASDAQ at least. Justin, what's his name? Justin's son? Justin's son, I believe is his name. Wait for it. Sorry, y'all. As an alcohol wipe, so it left some water on there. Or alcohol dust, whatever. Fixed it. Alcohol in the mic. Certainly hope not. Update later. No, we're gonna give a fuck about that. I don't even care. So we're shorting esport. Don't get into that one. Penguin we're shorting. Simple fact that it's disgustingly high. Silver we're shorting just because it's on the top of a double top. Well, I mean, whoops. If Penguin has support at 0.08, then my short is going to prosper very, 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 very well. Yeah, it didn't even make a new high. So one of the things that I'm looking at currently that does not make me happy though is the fact that the stochastic RSI is showing that it's underbought. So it's on the undersold territory, even though the MACD is showing a bearish divergence. Penguin, just Penguin. Penguin, Penguin. How many are you buying at once? I don't, so how do I put this? I trade at a level where I don't pay attention to how many shares I buy of a certain stock or a certain coin. I always hold 15x leverage, and then I base my initial entrance off of the amount of margin that I'm spending. So it's not like it's not an amount of shares, it's more so an amount of dollars that I put into the trade. So on on average, I'll put roughly $30 margin into each trade. Does weed help you trade better? No. Probably not, in all honesty. But I will put around $30 to $40 margin into each trade. And then, if I'm scalping, I usually do a 50%, 20%. So if I end up getting 50% of my 30%, $30 margin, then I get $15 at 15x leverage. Usually 15x leverage, 30%, 50%. We're looking at shit, my math is off. You're looking at usually around a 3.5 to 4% drawdown on 15x leverage. Bike it in with ads. I've always been a stimulant user myself. My thing was meth-based ecstasy, Adderall, Vyvanse, Ritalin, cocaine, meth. But I've been clean for shit. How far back was 2019? 7 years? Yeah, I've been clean for 7 years now. I'm California sober at this point. Uh, yeah, you're not wrong, Marcus. Now that I'm in my elder years, I would say I'm only 30, so I'm not really that old, but now that I'm in I don't want to be some young, dumb 20-year-old doing a bunch of dumb shit anymore. Years, I do mushrooms whenever I really want to just kind of like escape reality, I guess. Other than that, staying high, being high, that doesn't diminish who I am or my work ethic or anything along those lines. So I can go ahead and do that willingly, freely, within reason. You know, I should say responsibly would be the correct ad. So smoking weed doesn't diminish who I am as a person or what I'm capable of doing, but what I used to do definitely did. And now, if I decide that I want to get to a point of not, not being in control for whatever reason or whatever, yeah, mushrooms is fine. Yeah, everything in moderation, bro, for sure. Yeah. That's one of the things that I had to learn as a younger adult because I very much have an addictive personality. I I'm one of those people that if you give me something and I love it, I'm not going to stop doing it until I absolutely cannot stop doing it. Appreciate that, Crystal. I hope you're above the age of 18 because I check a little box whenever I start these live streams that says this is not intended for children. And the fact that I speak about drug use and addiction and everything willingly here, I hope for the love of God you're not a child. But anyways, yeah, same, man. It's one of those things that like if I'm capable of doing it, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it until I cannot do it. And it will not stop. But it takes a lot of takes a lot of learning and a lot of maturity and a lot of willpower to understand where you stand as an addict. And I'm thankful and proud of where I've come as a human being and as an addict, I suppose. I I wouldn't wish this on my worst enemy. The high cost of living is nothing like the cost of living high. God did cast Lucifer to earth where we all dwell. See, I knew if I had put my stop loss lower into that profit, would have gotten touched. But I'm willing to bet in about 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Oh, it went the opposite direction where I thought it was going to go. Let's see where this. I'm so curious now. Yeah, that's exactly what I thought was going to happen. Yeah, there it goes. That's what I thought was going to. Yeah, that makes a lot more sense now. I was about 5 seconds behind. But yeah, man, I mean, I've lived a long life. I've lived a hard life. I've lived a life of sin. I've lived a life of glory. I've renounced my spiritual existence to those gods that I believe in. I've accepted my fate for the sins that I've committed. I've asked for forgiveness and repented. And for everything that it's worth, I wouldn't trade my life for anything else. Do I focus on wicks or candle body? I focus on, so volume wicks, I definitely don't focus on as much. Candle body, I focus on a lot more. Is that BYND? What do you mean? I don't know what BYND is, so probably not. Yeah, Marcus, the stock. Oh no, this is esports. It's a cryptocurrency. Currently shorting it. Beyond Meat, out to squeeze. I don't trade stocks, brother. The commissions are too high for that bullshit. But yeah, Marcus, I fully understand, dude. Out of all of the acid, ecstasy, ketamine, mescaline, I mean, mushrooms, Out of all of the psychedelic experiences that I've ever experienced, I had one on my 25th birthday, and I was on a list of chemicals that I couldn't probably even list off today. I know it was, you know, it was ridiculous amounts of things that I shouldn't have been on, but was. And I was listening to a vinyl record. It skipped. My fiance at the time was in the room with me. We were both tripping balls. And I looked at the record player and I pointed at it and I said, "Don't you do that." And I pointed directly at the record player, and in almost an instant, I fell backwards onto my bed. I was transported to, I mean, if you could imagine like a Rick and Morty portal, like opening up right in front of you, and your head is like popping through it. When I tell you I saw like a 256 Technicolor kaleidoscope rainbow world of existence, it felt like some giant foot put its it felt like some giant being put its foot on my forehead and just like pushed me back out of that portal and was like, "Nope, you weren't supposed to see that yet." And if you've ever read the book Jonathan Livingston Seagull, there's a passage in chapter 14 where a other gull runs face first into a wall, a rock face, and gets transported into the next realm of existence. What would be one of the 7 planes of existence as far as spirituality realms go. And then Jonathan appears beside him and says, "Well, you weren't supposed to get here yet, but you're here. So I'm going to give you the option. Do you want to stay here in this, or do you want to come back and learn what it means to be able to surpass this?" And the gold goes back, and Jonathan Livingston Seagull brings him back from the dead. And it's kind of an extreme personification of what it means to graduate spiritually, to begin to understand what it means to be more, to understand. Seek first to understand before being understood. So I've kind of lived my life at this point with this idea that I understand that there is much, much more important endeavors to seek. Yeah. The path that I seek is that of spiritual endeavorance, nirvana, I seek to be the greatest person that I can possibly be to everyone around me at all points in time. And a lot of people probably wouldn't even believe me when I say this, but if I see 11:11 on the clock and I make a wish, my wish is that people can truly understand what it means to love each other and that world peace will eventually become true. It sounds like a truly bullshit statement, but I pray, and being Buddhist slash Hindi, I have many, many, many gods. But I pray to all of the gods that be that humans find peace and solitude, that they are truly, finally, eventually able to love one another without judgment, without rhyme or reason, to just simply look at a fellow human and say, yes, you are my brother, you are my sister, you are my friend. I wish nothing but the best for you. Oh, that's one of the things I've never even tried, AJ. In all honesty, DMT is still on my bucket list, brother. I've had a lot of my friends do DMT that have told me about their experiences. I've done salvia. I haven't tried DMT though. Absolutely. You manifest everything within your own reality. Perception is 99% of your own reality, man. Oh, we're not losing on the penguin trade. We are losing on the silver trade. We're down 1%. It goes a lot more than fluoride, bro. As a cigarette smoker and an alcohol drinker and a pot smoker and a ex-drug addict, oh man, they've been doing their absolute best to callous our pineal gland since the beginning of time, almost, in all honesty. Anything that will prevent us from understanding that every single being is connected through this unforeseen energetic grid that spans across the entire world with 8.2 billion connection points at this point in time, connected at once. You go back as far as time and science can read. Pack mentality is a true thing. If you teach a monkey in one region something, how to use a tool, how to open a nut, how to do something, somewhere about 5 regions over, another monkey will wake up from a dream with the same information and teach its pack the same thing. Collective consciousness. We are a grid of information. That's why anything you think you thought of originally has been thought of 1,000 times over. I spend hours a day in an out-of-body experience state trying to collect a Christ consciousness mentality. I lucid dream daily. I dedicate an hour and a half of my time a day to just laying in bed with my eyes closed, trying to meditate myself into a separate realm of reality. It is hard. It's absolutely hard. But you want to know what isn't easy? Life, spirit, learning, understanding. If you don't understand how to if you don't English, sorry. If you don't understand how to traverse your own mind, then yes, it gets dark very fast. But I have done enough of my own things in life to know when things are not going my way and how to separate myself from those. Well, all right, so respectfully, I'm kind of done with the conversation. I mean, if you guys want me to try to teach you some of the things that I've spent a long time learning, I'd be more than happy to give you the means to gain the information. But I find it hard to speak on it and not sound like a pompous fucking asshole. So I hope y'all would understand if I just decide to stop. Well, for sure, skillful red. Didn't mean to run you off, man. You're more than welcome to stay and hang out. Prosperity cometh. All I can say is I've spent a lot of time in mosques. I've spent a lot of time in, I mean, it's really difficult for me to express the levels of different religions that I've entertained and studied in my life as I've gone through Catholicism, I've gone through atheism, I've gone through agnosticism, I've gone through Methodist, I've gone through all forms of Christianity. I've brushed and blown past Buddhism, found my way into Hinduism, and I find my home in Hinduism. You're a Magi, related to Three Wise Men, a Messenger. Yeah. Yeah, I have the astrological symbol of Mercury tattooed on my ring finger because, as the god of messengers, in all of my spiritual endeavors, I've found myself being the messenger to all other spirits. Magi. Yeah, but one thing still holds true, Skillful Red. Divine intervention is something that can never be played with. Whether you want to call it fate, karma, some things that happen in your life are simply out of your control. No matter how much willpower you believe you have, things happen. Things happen that you can't differentiate, you can't change, you can't fix. And the only thing you can do is just let it go on by. I mean, That's absolutely true. Now, I have a bit of a personal premonition, I suppose, in opposition to your forget to be in the present statement. So, we do forget to be in the present. And a lot of things that we consider to be mental health issues stem from that. Depression, stems from spending too much time in the past. You think about the past for too long and you start to get sad about all the things that happened to you. Anxiety stems from spending too much time in the future. You start to think about all the things that could happen or could not happen. And you get anxious. You get scared of the unknown. The only way you find true nirvana, true peace, is by sitting stationary in the present and understanding where you're at, whether you're moving or not. Now, when I say sitting stationary in the present, I don't mean like you're just, you could be at work, and if you're fucking working a line or whatever on a assembly belt, you don't need to be stationary, obviously, but you have to find that mental fortitude, that peace in the moment to consider yourself stationary. Because otherwise you're going to spend way too much time thinking about one or the other, and you're going to blow yourself out, wear yourself down, break yourself down to the point where you can't do anything. We're already 47.5% plus in this trade. I'm loving it. Sorry, y'all. $46. Yeah, exactly. Enjoy the gift, bro. The past is gone, the future has yet to be, however, the present is the gift. There it is. Made in China! The one and only China coin in existence, because we love China. Nothing is better than China. I can't even do a good Donald Trump impression right now. This is not good. Send it to PCGS, yeah. The crazy part, though, Marcus, is it actually came out of the roll that way. I opened it. I opened the roll on live stream. Everyone saw it. But there's a little bit more lore to that coin that's stems beyond me just pulling it out of a roll with a made in China sticker on it. It became a mantelpiece for the channel for a minute, literally, about a day or two. and and LCL wanted me to bring it out, and so I was pulling it up off the desk and I dropped it, but I dropped it into a fucking 1-gallon Ziploc bag full of pennies and it disappeared. So for about a 7-day period, I dumped this entire 1-gallon Ziploc bag full of pennies out onto my floor in my office and started flipping them over and going through them one by one just to find this fucking penny that had a made in China sticker on it. Like I could have easily recreated this. I could have easily just like got a made in China sticker off of, well, I mean, honestly, I don't even know what I could have gotten a made in China sticker off of anymore at this point, but I could have found one that looked exactly like this. But no, I went through a 1-gallon bag full of pennies just to find the one made in China penny. Repent and believe in the sacrifice of the Lord Jesus Christ and his resurrection, for that is the gospel, and you will be saved. Amen. I love you too. Yeah, 42. No, it was a lot more than 42 safety meetings. I promise you that. I have 42 safety meetings in an afternoon. Safety meeting. Silver is crashing, no doubt. 102 in the making, for sure. 105 at least. Yeah, Copper just recently, I was actually talking about this earlier in the stream. Copper reached out into a lot of different future realms in the sense that they're now trading on Coinbase for futures, as well as a few other paper trading accounts. Fidelity now has Copper futures trading. I believe Robinhood has Copper futures trading. Coinbase has Copper futures trading. Copper's gonna push a little bit up towards the higher side alongside silver at this point. I mean, the whole reason I'm trading silver futures right now, right? This whole chart, this whole thing that I'm doing right here is all because of crypto. This is just XAG on a crypto exchange, right? So all backed by silver, all running completely congruent to silver. Continues to influence the market, right? Let me go ahead and close that one out at 40%. I'm happy with that. The silver shorts at negative, or I mean positive, sorry, positive 18%. I'm still going to hold this trade open as we've made a lower low, and now we're just sitting on an overhang. Let's see what silver does. Let me go grab a drink real quick. Y'all watch the charts. Oh, all right. Silver 100 psych level, yeah, it should hold. If it doesn't, we're gonna potentially see 92. That's what I was talking about earlier in stream. If that psych level doesn't hold, which I fully believe it will, now given 102, no, you can't see. Hold on. Well, all right. Trust that I'm showing you the chart, but I'm gonna be showing you the price action. This is the bottom of our last low. Our last local low is sitting at 101.90, 101.92, roughly here. What exchange do I use? For which? I mean, I'm on a lot of different exchanges. Are you talking about paper like silver futures? Or are we talking about silver stocks? Are we talking about crypto? Oh, KCEX, kcex.com. Here. If you want to sign up. So, our local low here, I'll even pull the chart over so you can see, is 101.78. That's our local low, right? Now, if we drop down that far and break it, our next local low is 92. So if we can't hold this bull flag, even though it's made a double top and a W, inverse head and shoulders, if we can't hold this without it dropping below that 102 mark. What's up, AG? How you doing, buddy? I'm sorry to hear about your father, brother. I know that might not be my place to say I'm sorry for, but my prayers go out, brother. Arbitrage is out of whack. Yeah, no, it's the bankers are trying to push a short squeeze that could potentially play out. Now, that's exactly why I was saying we need to wait until New York opened this morning. Because when we see New York open, if we push towards upside, that's showing bankers have lost power. If we push towards downside, that's showing short squeeze is in motion. We've made the double top. We're gonna see a lower low. We're gonna see a little bit of a sell-off position. We're gonna see a lot of fear domino effect into our lower low. And then if we can hold support off that 102 beam, then that's where we're gonna, be. But if that's where it goes, then there's nothing that's gonna stop it. We're already at 111. It's going down, down, down. Oh, I got you, AG. So my grandmother actually lives with my parents because she has dementia. So I understand. It's hard. Especially the anger, man. It's one of the things my mom talks about. A lot of eyes on Days and Shady Banks is over. Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's the thing is the bankers are no longer in play as far as like market makers. You really, well, you just have to be completely dissolved and involved in insider trading in order to get one over on just your usual regular day trader nowadays. It's not as easy as it once was, where there's just, a bunch of brokers from yeah, it's not that easy anymore. There aren't people just opening up the daily times and looking at the stock market and calling in pre-market buys like it was in the 80s and 90s. There's people literally sitting there and staring at the charts on a day-to-day basis. What rule 589 comes supply? Comics. He's not at that stage yet, but he does need to be watched after I think he'll be fine. Fair enough. Hey, what's up, Jay Rodriguez? Well, world free speech, that's why I try to pull myself away from typical market standards, go against the grain, find my niche, profit on what I'm good at, and still pull way ahead. It's kind of where I've found myself within the last recent years, at least as a trader. I cut my teeth on crypto. So I'm more than familiar with volatility. I've just recently gotten into compound investing. Stocks. I don't trade Forex or anything. Too much commission basis. Brokers want too much to... I'm, especially being from crypto, I'm too used to getting in and out of trades within like a 5 or 10 minute time span, to be honest with you. So, in fact, I'm going to go ahead and close that out. Not really willing to play that game. I'll take that. EVNT. Have a good day, AG. What will we do when we all have universal high income? You really think that the powers that be will allow that to happen? Take a wild guess as to why 90% of the hardest working population in the US over the last 20 years has still never managed to break out of middle class tax bracket. Take a wild fucking guess. $20 years. 20 years, people putting in 50 to 65 hours a week. No, it's because over the last 20 to 25 years, the cost of rent and living has continued to grow at an exponential rate, while the cost of working, of employment, the pay that we receive has continued to stretch on a long-term sideways, just like this. It's just gone sideways. Whereas silver looks like this, right? This is the cost of living and the cost of rent, right? This is the graph for the cost of living and the cost of rent and the cost of groceries and car insurance and cell phone bills and internet and everything else that you pay for in your life. And then this is the pay rate that they give you, right? It goes up. Yeah, you get like a 25 cent, 50 cent raise. Yeah, you work a little few less hours because they're paying you more now. So they kind of cut your hours a little bit back, right? And then they give you another raise and you're getting like a little bit higher. And then they cut your hours back some more. And now all of a sudden you're working like 42 to 45 hours versus the 50 to 55 you were working when you were getting paid this fucking much down here, right? Yeah, that's how they fucking do that. Meanwhile, milk is fucking $7 a gallon. Eggs are fucking $10 a carton, right? Rent is now $1,500 a month. Your car insurance is $230 every 6 months. Gas is fucking $45 a week. Yeah. Tell me about that. Tell me why everyone continues to stay in middle class tax bracket while supposedly everybody's getting paid more. Insurance, cell phone, Wi-Fi, fucking you name it, bro. Give me the list of bills you got. I own a business. I owe quarterly taxes every 4 months. And the government wants to know why we no longer trust the US dollar and fiat currency. Oh, sorry. That one caught me by the curlies. All right, so Anyways, yeah. Imagine you have a $350 car note a month. You're paying $50 a month, excuse me, for car insurance on that car. That's $400 a month just to own a car. You're going to be paying, at least in my area, for a decent apartment within the 700 to 850 square foot realm apartment. You're going to be paying anywhere between 1,000 to 1,200. So that's 1,700. We'll say max, top, for a car and an apartment. If you want Wi-Fi and TV service and whatnot for that apartment, it's going to be another $55. So we're going to be saying $1,750 for base necessity Wi-Fi, internet, car, apartment. Excuse me. Food. I can get by on a grocery store visit for a week on $50, right? And I eat a lot of protein. Not gonna lie. I'm a big boy. Somebody say what not? So we're gonna say $50 on food a week. Now that's what? 1,800. Now, cell phone bill for me, $70, 1,870. Let's see. I buy about a bottle a week, so that's like 25. So we'll go ahead and just chuck that up into the $1,900 range. So already just base necessities, car insurance, car, apartment, food, little bit of booze. Let's see. This doesn't take into account like laundry detergent, dish soap, other things. Dope isn't really like one of those things that I pay a lot for. I buy like, I don't know, probably once every 3.5 months, maybe an ounce of drugs. But anyways, no, so that's not the point. Car insurance, car, apartment, food, everything else. We're going to go ahead and just throw it at $2,000 for a month, right? Just to give an overall estimate. Now, if you're not making over $2,000 a month, you're in debt. You're paying credit card bills. You're getting loans, something. Already a losing endeavor. Never, ever, 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 ever get in debt. I own everything that I own outright. I own my truck. I'm not in debt. I don't even own a credit card. I have 0 credit score. If I go on Credit Karma right now, it tells me that I do not have a credit score and that I need to accrue more credit. Because I have never... What's that, temporary? I have never had any form of credit whatsoever. I don't want credit. I don't need credit. I don't want to be in debt. I don't want to owe people money and percentages on that money and inflation. Yeah, no. Fuck all that noise. No. So, my recommendation to you guys would be to do the same exact thing. Do not get yourself into a position of debt. Do not live beyond your means. If you're paying 700 in rent and you've got a $100 car note and insurance and cell phone and Wi-Fi and TV, whatever, whatever your bills are, pay your bills first. Anything you have left over, invest. Whether it's $10 or $5 or whatever, start a compound investment portfolio where you can put X amount of dollars a week into. Whether it's 5, 10, 20, 50, whatever you can afford to set aside in the moment, do it. Because I guarantee you, it will last you longer than just keeping your money in the bank. The most you can get out of a savings account is a 4% interest. Now, if you come and you invest in something that will accrue 5% daily for a month and you sell, you just gained 5 times 30. So find your way into a market, find your way into what you need to do in order to build yourself a future. Do something with it. Invest in Google, invest in Tesla, invest in Nvidia, invest in gold, invest in silver, invest in Amazon, invest in something. Do not let your fiat currency sit in a bank and lose value. Later, Marcus. Still amazed that this still hasn't hit a stop loss and profit. I'm not going to take it off either because we made a lower low. AV&T order was filled. Not hitting profit. Not mad at it. It's normal 2050 on that one. Let's see what else we can find. Drift. W. W does seem to be at the top. Question is, does it continue to raise? If so, we should long it. Let's see what happens. If it breaks out, then we definitely want to long it to the top and then reverse. If it's overbought, oversold, falls into bearish divergence, we might see a lot of sell-off power, making it worth a short. Looks like that might be a new high. It pushes through. Along it. It's certainly looking like it wants to break out. Sitting at the top of a bull flag. Yep. Longing. Let's see how far we ride this up. Putting stop loss right below break even. If we catch this breakout and it ends up running, you can see a heavy amount of profit. All right, we're already up 5-6%. Putting stop loss at break even just to be safe. It is oversold. Looks like it's gonna hit. No? All right. Got a little more buying power. Let's see what we do. Let her run. Let her run. Is it at 120 yet? No, it's nowhere near 120. Silver's still at 112. This is W. Crypto. Currently selling for 0.03. And going on a run at that. Still got 3 minutes left in this candle, so I was gonna say we could see a sell-off pressure that's a lot heavier than the buying pressure. And if that's the case, it could potentially go back down and hit my break-even stop loss. The other option is we could see a potential high volume of buying power, in which case it could skyrocket. I mean, theoretically speaking, constructively, the way that I came across this trade was through crypto bubbles, right? So this coin is heavily overbought currently. Now its 24-hour volume is 25 million. Its market cap is 161 million, showing that it's not manipulated per se, but its price action is raising drastically. Now, the reason why that would be significant is if it was manipulated, it just hit my stop loss at break even. If it was manipulated, we would be looking at a potential breakout in the sense that someone is buying and buying and buying and buying and expecting a pump and dump type situation. But what we're looking at with the crypto bubbles, with it being 5% oversold, 5% up within the last 15 minutes or hour, is the simple fact that it's too many people are buying in at once, and a lot of people are going to be willing to sell at that point. Now, when it's completely oversold, as it is 5% up, a lot of people are going to be wanting to sell if they've been holding on since down here. So what we're going to be looking at for price action is, since we got stopped out at break even on our long, we opened a short. Now we have a huge volume spike or a wick, right? From that wick, we are expecting a large amount of selling pressure, bearish divergence. From that, we can expect a drop in price action, as we're seeing. Now, that's not to say it can't go the other way and go up. Now, if it decides to fucking skyrocket, like I said, that's the thing. But seeing the close of that candle tells me that we're potentially going to be looking at a red candle and another red candle potentially before we see an actual amount of buying power that's going to take over. What's up? So let's sit here and watch this red candle grow bigger. Nope. That's not the way we wanted it to go. What is a dab, Fed? Damn. Is this AVAX? No, AVAX is fucking crashing. I pulled out of my AVAX futures trade yesterday. I thought it was going to go up. I ended up getting like 10% on the trade, but didn't go up nearly as much as I thought it was going to. Silver, oh, it still hadn't even touched my stop loss, so we're still good. This fucking shit, though. Alright. If it takes off, that's going to be hilarious. Okay, regarding AVAX, I mean, I can show you the AVAX chart. That's not a problem at all. So yeah, it's not looking good. This is AVAX currently. I mean, it's a great buying point, but if you look on the larger time frames, it's been in a very treacherous downslope. We've already seen 3 lower lows after a high, right? Lower high, lower high, lower high, lower lows, lower lows. So AVAX is what it is. I mean, it's not beautiful. It's certainly not something I'm happy I'm invested in, but I do hold spot in it. So, is what it is. One of those type of situations, I suppose. And silver just cut out my fucking futures trade. Just hit it. Yeah, that's what I thought. Alright. Snap your charges on silver. What? Which one? My trading view chart? Oh, there we go. That's what I wanted to see. Talking about this one? Yeah. Trading views showing 112.65. Crypto showing 112.79. It runs a little bit farther behind. There's kind of a delay, so 112.74 versus 112.79. Yeah, no worries. So it's just XAG USD. So if you want to find it on TradingView, there you go. Hoping for a heavier drop-off pressure here. We're only at plus 5% on this trade, which I'm not complaining about with the amount of margin that I have. I mean, it's a decent profit, but always, I don't know. You might want to get greedy in the markets. It's one of those things where if I'm at a blackjack table and I've already doubled my money, then why am I going to sit there and risk more? Shit. I really didn't expect the chill portion of this stream to last as long as it has. Not gonna lie. That's all right. We're gonna sit here and hang out for as long as I can sit here and hang out. See. Previous experience tells me that if this 5-minute candle breaks a new high, I need to abandon ship. If selling pressure takes over, then I'm in the solid green. Excuse me. But if for some reason some whale decides that they want to come in and buy a large amount of shares, considering the coin is only worth 3 cents each, then the way the market should operate is a large sell-off. I can already tell you what's going on the 5-minute chart. There's a huge green candle. If it surpasses that previous high, all right, as I was saying, if it surpasses that previous high, that's when I need to abort mission. But I do believe we're going to see a heavy sell-off. Bears will take over. I'd say if I could see like a solid positive 15%, I'd drop a stop loss at 5. Positive 5%. Just to guarantee that profit. Then it becomes risk-free. But so far I've only seen about 3% positive. Now should be about the time it drops red. That upside down Thor's hammer, it's not what I wanted to see. That indicates a rise in price action. So we could potentially see a push. Okay. I mean, hell, if we can form a doji candle on this one, because this is just a 5-minute chart. If we can form a doji candle and catch a lower low, we're potentially looking at a pretty good trade. And that's slowly low. There we go. Keep pushing. All right, so now we're up 11%. 35 degrees Florida. Bruh. What happened to global warming? Like, Texas is down here freezing its freaking ass off. Florida's freezing its freaking ass off. All right, so we're at 17% positive. We're going to go ahead and throw a stop loss down at break even, slightly in profit. Yeah, nah, man. It's, I live in the South for a reason. I was actually talking to one of my other buddies earlier. He's actually in Detroit, up in your area, Todd. He got off the plane. He was like, it's -3 degrees. I was like, that's your fucking fault for going to where it's cold. I stay where it's warm, and the cold just came to me. I swear I could have like 50 layers of thermals, coveralls, a shiesty, ski mask, toboggan, gloves on gloves, 5 pairs of socks, pair of booties, some winter boots, a torch. I still wouldn't be able to survive negative sub-zero temperatures. He doesn't live there. He's actually visiting, well, he's visiting family, and then he's also there for work. So he's staying up in a hotel there in Detroit, Michigan. But yeah, when he landed and he finally turned his phone off of airplane mode, he texted me, and I was like, man, I've been stuck in the house for 4 days. I'm sick of this cabin fever. He was like, it's -3 degrees where I'm at. I don't want to hear your fucking shit. That's why I was like, it's your fault for fucking going where it's cold. Because he's from down here in Houston. But nah, he's there on business. His workplace sent him out there. Yeah. That's the fucking drop I wanted to see. Hell yeah, bruh. That's what I wanted to see. Come on. Oh man, we're already up like 25% right now. I could close out and I'd be in decent profit here. This is the 15-minute chart. So, oh, okay, it is kind of sitting on support there. I guess I could see that. I'm gonna give it like 3 more minutes on the 5-minute chart. See where else it goes. I'm gonna drop my stop loss deeper into take profit. That way, if it does jet up, then I'm guaranteed maximum profit. But right now we're at positive 30% on this trade. Oh, you guys can't even see that. I'm sorry. So, yeah, we're deep into profit at this point. If it does take a significant turnaround, then at least we're going to get stopped out in profit. And then we can move on to our next trade. I'm actually going to run for a quick bio break and to grab something else to drink. I'll be right back, y'all. let's see what we're looking. Oh, wow, 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 wow. What happened? What's up, Jonas? Oh, man, something happened. All right, let's look at our previous history. Closed in profit 15%. All right, I'll take that. Not terrible. Not terrible. I mean, questionably speaking, do I? Should I? Right? Do I open another short? It seems that would be feasible. So we're gonna play into this one and see what happens. Ooh. Now that was definitely a possibility. It's points in time like this that experience really comes into play. Notice how I instinctively moved my stopwatch to the last top of that 5 minute candle, even without even looking at the 5 minute chart. Now I'm looking at this candle at the bottom of the EMA cross, where the EMA average is bottomed out. Looking at the 15-minute chart, we're in the middle. So if I didn't know that this was a shitcoin, because it's not even worth 1 cent, it's worth 0.002 cents, I would fully expect this to continue to go up. But given the fact that it is as much of a shitcoin as it is, I really don't expect it to go up any higher than the previous high, which is where I have my stop loss set in profit. Now, if it does breach that candle, then we're looking at something else. But I fully expect this to drop all the way to my take profit at 50%. Let's see how it plays out. Oh, you guys can't even see this. I'm sorry. W is doing exactly what I thought it would. More profit, more profit, more profit. Well, take profit hit on that one. Can't be mad at that. What's up, AG? Yeah. Yeah, so far I haven't lost a trade one. Let's see, we can check my recent trade history. Order history. Excuse me. Last close was positive. Close before that positive, so yeah, I'll just pull it up. This one was 42% positive. This one was 22% positive. This one was 15% positive. This one was 2% positive. We had a quick close at almost negative 1%. This one was positive 3%. This one was positive 16%. This one was positive 32%. This one was positive 10%. This one was positive 2%. Positive 50. Positive 17. Positive 50. And then negative 39. Diversify your portfolio across all forms of energy, precious metals, and technology. That's about the best I can give you, brother. Would it be ridiculous to think you would seed a small startup? Why would that be ridiculous? I mean, I have my own business. I own my own LLC, so that wouldn't be out of the realm of possibilities whatsoever. Oh, micro turbine for military use? I don't know. Being a civvy on military dime is a little different than just existing. That certainly isn't a bad amount of profit in, what, 27 days, AG? Have a good day, AG. Oh, one insider tip I can give you is look up HL. It's Hecla Silver Mining. Been around since 1936. Invest in that. Ah, we got stopped out. Silver's still going strong. What are you trading? I was shorting clinker. Got stopped out in profit. %6. Sitting at a bull flag. Overbought. Still gonna sell it. Silver, interesting. We made a higher high from local. So that one's up in the air. I could close out now and get an extra 6%, but I still believe that this one's going to get a drastic amount of bearish divergence. Sell-off pressure is going to be massive. So clanker right now is showing signs of a breakout, but I fully expect for a pullback before it continues any higher. Silver, I'm fully expecting a breakout as soon as New York opens. It's not going to be for another hour and 15 minutes though. Let's see. If we break over recent high, I might end up avoiding. Fully depends on price action though. Yeah, that would be the healthy play is a silver pullback at New York Open. Especially considering we're still sitting on top of this like double top, more or less. Sitting at the bottom. We've made higher lows. We've made higher highs since the recent drop. Yeah, that's XAU. XAG. Not XAU. I can pull up the XAU chart. XAUG. XAUT, I'm sorry. 5,300. We actually surpassed 5,300. What a fucking time to be alive, bro. Gold broke $5,300 an ounce. Oh, yeah, that's a new high. That's the opposite of what we wanted. Funny how when you wait, you end up fucking yourself more in the long run. Oh, the open's going to be absolutely knucking futs. No doubt about it. So, Parksy, let's check my recent trades real quick. So we closed out negative 31 there. That was the recent clanker that I just shut. Closed out positive 6 here. Same trade clanker. Negative 7. Only 87 cents though. Didn't put a lot of margin in that. Negative 5. Plus 29. Plus 42. Plus 22. Plus 15. Plus 2. Negative 1. Plus 3. Plus 16. Plus 32. Plus 10. Plus 2. Plus 50. Plus 17. I've been on a roll tonight. Plus 50. So, not doing terribly as far as positive versus negative P&L. Exactly. Eek. Uh, if Bitcoin crosses 90 today, oh, it is over 90. Yeah, I got that. Yeah. Okay, you're right. You're right. That was literally like 30 seconds ago, actually. Well, let's see where it runs. I mean, this is all pre-market buys, so I'm not going to be mad if Bitcoin takes a run. You know what I mean? Yeah, right. That would be exactly my luck. Precisely. Excuse me. Oh, excuse me. So we're already positive 56% on this trade. Close. Yeah, I had somebody in chat asking me about XRP earlier. Let's take a look. Yeah. Yeah, I could see how that could bounce. I'll drum train. Well, you know, the last I heard, your mom's vagina is being sold at about $4 a share. So I'd say if you need about 15 minutes with your mother, it's worth about $1. You got to pay for the hotel room, though. Then again, your mom's pussy isn't worth very much, so you're probably better off just asking for it for free. Oh, it almost hit take profit. You're very welcome, Connor. And take profit hit. Goddamn right. Always a good sound. I mean, I could definitely close this tanker trade out right now at 34% and be very, very, very well off in profit. Certainly not complaining. Yeah, I don't need the luck. I don't need the luck, brother. I'm going to bed. You need the luck, my friend. Good luck to you today, my friend. No, I'm sorry. You're more than a friend. Good luck to you today, my brother. Good night, big bro. Have a good day, man. Yep. That's about all I need for the day. I'll let that run. Worth it. All right. Good night, everyone.